All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 73. Keeping the streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, yesterday we completed the second half of Unit 17, and it's often the tougher half because, whatever reason, we don't get a repeat, like a second repetition of it. Maybe I'm going to add practice to it. Perhaps in the future, I will take this unit, like the N2, right? And I will do a few practice myself in reverse. I don't know, time permitted or something. Because this was a repeat of this up here. So let's see how much we remember. Usually this one is the tougher recall. All right. Once again, it's day 2 of a unit, so I will attempt to visualize as much as I can and speak out the Japanese while writing in English. Okay, so we do have a help, right? It's about restaurants. Sorry, had to cough. Let's see. Speaking of restaurants, we have Iraishaimase, right? Irashaimase. Your customary greeting into a restaurant. And then when you go to a restaurant, you usually enter the host, like communicate with the host, and you would communicate how many people, right? So the two specific one that we were given is I said I wasn't gonna write it. Okay. Well, anyways, futari and yonin. Yonin. Sorry. Yonin. Yonin. The other ones are kind of understood already, in a way. They were probably giving examples of exceptions. I guess I might as well write the kanji ones, right? In that case, whoops, I accidentally overextended, but that's fine. That's not fine. It's not fine. That's awful. That's fine. This one's a little bit finer. And then this gap is too big. Right. So we have ame and kawa. Ame and kawa for rainy and river. Might as well use these. On that note, oh, how does ima and he? How does ima he or ima and the he come together? Is that just ima? or to kyo, that's kyo, right? Kyo wa dou desu ka? If you combine ima and i, yeah. Nice. I desu. Or I. Yeah, the now day. I. How are you doing? It's lively here. No, I'm just sorry. I was trying to say something like weird intentionally. Like, nikiyaka desu. I don't know if it's you or someone made a comment that they describe a lot of things as lively. So I was thinking about like, how do I make this extra specially totemo nikiyaka desu? Hai, totemo nikiyaka desu. I'm making a joke because Genki, right? Genki, you could say Genki, but it's kind of funny. You're doing great. You decide to keep watching Rent a Girlfriend. Have I started it? No, I have not. I actually got sidetracked again. I'll talk about it a little bit, but I got sidetracked again. I don't know if this is gonna happen frequently because now there are people who make comments. You know, like people who make comments, and I like responding to comments. It's probably not gonna last for very long in the future because it will be unwieldy and unmanageable. Maybe I'll hire someone. I don't have that much expendable income though. I was thinking of like perhaps in the future if it scales up. Hello there. Hello there, stranger. Ovos Deco Dornamico. Whoa. Hello there, Ovos. So maybe if this turns into something, what I'm going to do is probably, if I can find someone who is in direct communication with me to make like advisable, like if we have similar mannerisms to reply to things, I will do something like whatever monetization and I can get from YouTube, they can keep it if they are managing the comments and stuff, or like something like that. I don't know. This is probably not going to be manageable for me anymore. If things become incredibly frequent, I will have too much mania, so probably less and less social life and personal pleasures if we keep continuing down this slope. Like the last couple of 3 or 4 days have been really engaging, but I can definitely see myself having a problem again. Usually I've been pretty alright in scaling up responding to things, but like for example today, instead of starting 2 hours earlier, I was responding to comments. I find it's something that I wish I could do without having to worry about considering my insecurities about not being explicit, like as explicit as I can be. I'd be typing these like essays, right, in YouTube comments, but perhaps it would be wise to hire someone or have someone who is a little bit more how you say, fine with being tight-lipped, like a bit more tight-lipped, like more direct in a sense, like, oh yeah, infer more things. So we'll see how that works, but I didn't start Rent a Girlfriend yet. I might this evening, provided nothing else comes up. Yeah, these are one of the things that I do feel can be a very problematic thing, having a lifestyle that constantly considers being derailed by anything interesting, which is basically anything someone willing to share. I'll talk about it in a little bit after this. So, what else was introduced? These were reintroduced, actually. Let's do these. So, itsutsu, right? Itsutsu. My Go sucks. And mutsu. Mutsu. And then, my nanatsu. Those are the only ones when it comes to the restaurant thing. So we went back to ordering things again, right? And then it's a revisit of counting up higher, and then telling the person how many people there are, right? How many people there are using our there is existence, right? And let's see. Now let's get into the new vocabulary. So now we sit down, and we get a menu. Menu. At the table, right? Or we can also ask for hashi. It does mean other things, but for this case, we're using it as chopsticks because we're in the, just imagine yourself, you're entering a restaurant, right? So the idea is to visualize, move around the mind palace, visualize the vocabulary being there, right? So this restaurant has everything in it, as opposed to like any specific restaurant, right? So we have items. Sorry, Indy. The next thing I want to say, I can't help but laugh all the time. Gyuniku. Gyuniku. And then, alright, so we're looking at the menu. So, gyuniku. Alright, you're gonna have to help me with those. I only have the kana in my head. Are you addressing the other me or the other person, or you're asking for, I know, oh, ego no, oh, ego no menu. Menu. Oh, menu wa. Oh, ego no menu wa. Ah, the English yeah. Yeah. English menu, huh? What is the second one? The exclamation mark? The one with the second part? And then what does www mean? Oh, that's Q new. Q new. Oh, WW. Oh, laughing. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. There's no way I'm gonna remember Kyunyu. But maybe there is a chance I could remember Kyunyu if I can associate it with Gyu Niku. I'll try. I'll try actually. There might be a chance I can get Kyunyu down. And man, I keep forgetting Ego. Okay. I'll try to get that actually. I think that's worth Ego. Being able to see Ego. I heard it's supposed to be the sound of you running your hand through grass. Kyunyu? Oh. Which oh, you mean laughing. Oh. I get it. I totally get it. I can kind of hear like the shuffling noise. That's fair. Ooh, that gives me. All right. That does give me vibes. I'll remember the WWW thing definitely sticks out. I will remember that. I'm basically an AI. Okay, you're training in AI. Just think about it. That's actually terrible analogy. Don't do that. That only dehumanizes people more. It dehumanizes humans even more. Oh yeah, we gotta discourage that actually. That's like doing the counter thing that I continue to emphasize, like, you know, how people are constantly further and further dehumanizing interactions online. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Too many of that already. All right, so we're looking at the menu, right? Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. The thing is so long, I'm not even sure where I think it's top and it starts steading down. It's like a Heiban thing where like it just starts going downward. So Mapo tofu. Yeah, it's probably Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. And it just keeps sliding down. Which is not what I'm used to. It actually slides up and down. Very, very, very. And it's even weirder in Fujonese, which I already said. Like, Mapo dao. Like, it's like, it's all over the place. It's not like really steady at all. What else is on this menu that is new? We're looking for new items in our imaginary restaurant. New items in our imaginary restaurant. What other items are there? Wait, was that part of this? No, it wasn't. Oh, that's kind of funny. I'm pretty sure yakimas was part of the outdoor activities because of barbecue and picnicu. Picnicu, yeah. So this isn't even a yakiniku place that we're in right now. Ain't no way this is these are the only two. Oh, we need a beverage, right? We have udon cha. And then another beverage, tapioca tea. What else we got in our imaginary restaurants? Or restaurant. What other things? Do we have any more beverages? I think these are the only two beverages. Yes. Food item. Food item. About dessert. Dessert? Surprisingly, no dessert either. It was a lot yesterday. This is not that much. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, actually, it's 14 items already. But I feel like it's upper limit of 19 yesterday. Like, it was pushing 20. Oh, all right. Well, we don't have any more food items. So what do you do next? You pay. So we go to the cashier, or I'm gonna pigeonhole the cashier. So that's kaikei. Yeah, kaikei. Kaikei. Yeah, kaikei. And then the kaikei will tell us zenbude in total because of day. Zenbude, how much our bill is, but we would use something like chiketo. Chiketo for that type of thing. Oh no, I think I forgot this. This one, yeah. Well, we'll keep it in mind. I'll know what it is when I hear it and see it, but it's not in my total recall right now. It came up once. Change. As we're paying, change. So it'll come up. I'll know it when I hear it and see it. Total recall is about, you know, the construction, right? Like the pulling it out of your butt construction. So we're still in our restaurant. We pay, we get our change back. Oh, even before then, we need to figure out when Akimas. When does it open? So we have to know when the restaurant is open. Can we describe the restaurant? I don't think so. There are new phrases to be okay with things, right? To be okay with things. Using daijoubu desu ka? Daijoubu desu ka? Asking like, are you okay with different food items? And then that introduces back the old food items. We have a lot of food items. I'm specifically trying to pick out the new food items to not be redundant. So I'm trying to like compartmentalize a bit. Because in the last unit, like tamako, sakana, it is often came up. Nama, like things nama, and then yasai, right? Vegetables, whether they eat it or not. Amari, insert like tabemasen, right? Or amari nomimasen. Yeah, I think this is good enough for now. It was really rough. I think the second day is very rough now that it's not a practice. It doesn't have 2 instances. And usually within one lesson, at most, you would get 3 at the higher end or 1 exposure to the vocabulary. It's very few. Very few. When you reach like 20 elements, you see it once. And to me, that is absurd to me. Although the nice thing that they often do is if you have a mind's eye, so you're very creative in the sense of you're arranging all the words to build on that word. That's usually what I'm doing now. So I take the topic, I visualize the hypothetical place and situation, and I place all the things in it. And then imagine the dialogue that would happen in order to gather all the vocabulary again. So that's kind of how I do it now for the time being. And it becomes more and more rich and detailed. And then there will be things that I discard that I no longer use, but if they come up and if I hear and see them, it will be there in the scene, right? Like your chairs, your tables, any form of decoration, because I know a lot of furniture stuff, and then all the other food items, what the weather is like outside during the day I visit, how much everything is, so like the cost, the value, how much time we're going to spend at the restaurant, how much is the weight of the restaurant. I can probably express that if I knew the predicate for wait, like, oh, it will be 2 hours, 2-hour wait. Technically I can still say it without saying to wait at all. You could just say it will take about that, like kakarimasu, right? Using kakarimasu with like gurai and an amount of time, right? So there are many different ways in this hypothetical situation at the moment, and that's probably going to be how the review is going to be done in another 3 days. The review is going to be done in a sense that I'm going to paint a hypothetical situation in which I feel that I have a lot of the current vocabulary, and then I'm going to feel it around and use English, put in Japanese here and there, express broken phrases here and there to describe the hypothetical situation. Because I understand that while I'm not communicating with another person to guide my creativity, oftentimes the older you get, the more creative you can be, ideally. So oftentimes you can create the situation and imagine what situations you're in order to contextualize all your vocabulary. And I've been doing this aggressively far more now, since now I can wrap all the new vocabulary with all the old vocabulary. So if I was ordering like gyuniku, you might be interested in butaniku, and it could be in a yakiniku place, which yakiniku is not something that is introduced yet, but yaki itself, we have yakimasu, the grill, right? And then we even have barbecue, but barbecue was involved in outdoors, soto, right? However, you can barbecue inside even though it's yakiniku. So there are a lot of things that eventually connects all the words, and I'm forming this separate vision in my head, all these different situations, and then all the vocabularies are being shunted into these creative positions, and I'm constantly building that structure. And that's where all this comes from. I think it's still impressively amazing that people who learn vocabulary, like they raw vocabulary, like Anki, using Anki and stuff, the stuff that I saw people use Anki with, it's so little is what I'm saying. So I'm impressed. how brute force people are with forming a meaning association during the learning process. I spent far more time and effort, in my opinion, to form creative links to everything. And my emphasis is that without that creative link or creativity and construction, not necessarily about the mechanics of learning grammar and whatnot, it's very, very difficult for me anyways to pick up vocabulary at the pace other people pick up. It might be like a give or take kind of thing. Maybe if I focus on brute forcing and learning the independent, like isolated meaning of the stuff, that may become a really nice practice skill. However, for me, the things I learn, my consistency is incredibly high, but the raw like input, like the raw capture is a lot slower. I spend a lot more time talking through things with myself, like understanding the elements, knowing where and how many things I can recruit to my knowledge. So I do this more and more, and I'm evaluating more and more at the beginning of the stream how I am going to continue to scale up, because now I've already crossed the situation where in English it would be maddeningly foolish to try to list all the English words that I know. So as an exercise of English, which most people don't see it this way, when you do creative writing, you are doing what I'm doing here. You have to paint a hypothetical situation yourself, because oftentimes that is way more salient than having a tool or something providing it for you. That's immersion in the sense of, if you watch anime, it's providing a situation and whatnot. You do get to select what that is, so at least voluntarily you control what those environments will be, to be like pragmatic about it. However, every once in a while, the end game, a lot of times when it comes to forming great meaning and connections and stuff, is being creative. Not simply, in my opinion, just for the act of communicating with someone. That someone is still your crutch, technically, creative speaking, right? And I use that to my advantage. When people offer me advice, that's the crutch. If people are offering me advice, I take it. And then I need to create something with that advice. I'm constantly motivating myself to create with the advice I'm given. And that leads me into, I'm done recalling, by the way, that leads me into my little tiny story today, why I'm late and I got sidetracked. Yesterday, right, I talked about my AI friend. And by AI friend, I mean whatever variant of ChatGPT. Because the person who used the AI disowned responsibility, right? So I had my ceremoniously or unceremoniously, I had my official interaction with ChatGPT, or a variant of ChatGPT. This person doesn't want to take responsibility for it. That's fine, because I had a wonderful time dissecting an interaction with ChatGPT. I actually want to do this in the future for Japanese and English at the same time. So I've always considered the potential of chatting with an AI partner to see how far it's come along, right? So it's way down in the future, like maybe a year down in the future. I need far more competency. Large language models and massive machine learning models are way beyond the comprehension of my Japanese enough to like fact check or feel or stuff. So it's not there yet. English, maybe, but that's not the interest here, right? I'm not yet. So yesterday I was distracted because I wanted to know why the YouTube comment section didn't show the thing because this particular person who disowned accused me of lying, which personally I'm not the biggest fan of being accused as being a liar. So the accusation was that I deleted, like censorship, I deleted the messages that would like exonerate this person from responsibility, which frankly I disagree. However, I'll let them go. And I found out that it's a particular peculiarity of YouTube. So it might have been some sort of automatic censor, but you can still see the stuff. And I made a remark about it after digging into it. I spent like 3 hours figuring out what the idiosyncrasy was. And you can circumvent this by going to like the sort button, which is what insert name said when I was having the discussion. So you can go to like sort by, and you go to like sort by new, and then you can see all the things. So I have to make sure to make the claim that no, neither of us were lying per se. However, the person who was accusing me of doing something I didn't do, because I actually think it's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing to have these interactions. Otherwise, how will we learn and grow from these interactions? So naturally, I told the person like, well, it's not there anymore. But it started with the accusation of me lying, which I do not do that. I don't think it's even remotely worth, based on my own value system, to delete anything of posterity. I put time and effort into it. That person hopefully apparently don't find their effort worth much, but I find it worth more than them, and preservation is there. So that's what distracted me, Indy, from yesterday, from watching Rent a Girlfriend to see what was going on with the MC, perhaps this evening. And more so tangentially related to this, before I went running and getting ready for this, I was a bit late as well because someone, I don't usually get comments where there's evidence, right? I've already mentioned this. I don't get comments where there's evidence that someone watched all of it, right? Someone watched a substantial part of my videos, because the thing is, it's long. Substantial is long, which, by the way, that stranger has confirmed my suspicions. They did not care enough to watch pretty much anything, so that's why the miscommunication happens all the time. And it is fair, since statistically 95% of people do not have time, respectfully, have time for such things. But I did get 2 comments, and I really liked them. One was actually to one of my digression videos. And I don't know how you feel about this, Indy. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Obviously, you and I are one that might be limited to exposure, but someone who has exposure to lots of YouTube representation and even literally be in Japan mention how colloquially in the streets, using no chains as topics, topic introductions is fairly common. And I kind of like that. So things like, for example, something like what's a good no chain? Like I don't know. Chikaku no chikaku, should I write it? Let's oh. Might as well integrate some of my like for this, right? You can probably add even more, like I don't know. Like Yama, like for example, Yama chikaku no kawa wa, right? So you would introduce the topic like this, more commonly, as opposed to like simplifying the topic and starting with like trying to simplify it and say maybe be closer to doing like, for example, like this, spend an extra sentence, right? Spend an extra sentence and minimize how long the node chain is or the topic is. Make it a simplified topic. Like Yama no kawa wa chikaku, right? So the mountain river is near, and then go on to say more things in different clauses, as opposed to combining them, like the mountains nearby river, right, is something. And I actually like this because it makes the topic very extra. There's a lot of adjectives, a lot of adverbs. I like modifying things, like the bristling ominous tree sways in the darkness of night, for example. So modifying both the subject and the object and the verb. So like you could say something like the ominous darkened tree sways swiftly in the darkest of nights. So you get like richness in the stuff. So this person mentioned like, oh yeah, you know, in the streets of Tokyo or like other places, no chains to introduce topics are very common. Why is this relevant? It was my digression when I noticed that sometimes Duolingo do these things, like where like Ken, I don't know, how are you, right? How are you versus how are you, Ken, versus something like Ken's. Oh, this is a bad example actually. No. These are pleasantries. Let's talk in more detailed form. Like it deals with proper noun. The very specific example is dealing with proper noun, and the prompt was what is your major, Ken, right? And then I had a discussion because this is an English prompt that needs to be converted to Japanese. The difference here is I was talking about, oh, but this is vocative, right? It's vocative, as in, is it saying, Ken, what is your major? Like, what is your major, Ken? As opposed to what they were expecting, what they were suggesting in Japanese is Ken's major. What is it? So like the topic is Ken's major, or alternatively, it could be Ken, what is the major of Ken's? I don't know if that makes sense, but the topic then would be Ken as opposed to Ken's major. And that's what the comment was about. like the difference between Ken's major versus Ken. And Ken's major is like modifying the noun. Ken's major, it makes the major, the topic, more interesting because it's modified by Ken. So it is not any major, it's Ken's major. And I like this type of structure. However, this wasn't what I was talking about. So that raised a funny coincidence because this was what Lotus at the time was talking about. You say, oh yeah, I could see a different one. But then when I mentioned the third one is, oh, I was thinking versus what's Ken's major versus what they said, which is what's your major, Ken. In English, these are two different things too. And I was curious, do Japanese people, so I wrote a question back and hope to hear a response in the future, like tomorrow. What do Japanese people do this too? Like, is it natural for Japanese? They said that the Ken thing, when you separate Kenwa, right? Like when you do a Kenwa, it's more the classroom environment. It was the example because it's easier to see simple topics for English speakers, right? Oftentimes Japanese language teachers would start with this, and Duolingo does too. Duolingo starts with using wa to mark simple topics as opposed to modified topics, but that's no longer the case anymore. It starts there and then it gets more and more complicated from converting Japanese to English. However, in English, they also get a little bit funky too. And in this case, this is an English thing, as in it's a vocative. And I don't know if that's rude or not, or like what is the usage case for Japanese people for vocatives? As in, if I wanted to say something to anyone in chat, like you, Indy, I would say, Indy, what do you think about this? That's a vocative, as in, you're not even the topic of the clause. I say Indy-san, right? Indy-san or Ende-san, comma, what are your thoughts? And technically Duolingo also does this, where you say the person's name and the next clause, it's already implied who the topic is. So you no longer have to do anything with Ken at all. So the topic gets simplified to what? Or like the point is the thoughts, right? What are the thoughts? And that your isn't even in the Japanese clause. It's what are thoughts? There are what thoughts, like what thoughts there is. And then the topic is you, Indy, but it's already inferred from the vocative. So I'm curious if that's kind of abrupt or normal for people. Like I go up to a stranger, it's like, I don't know, Ano-sa, or like, hey, and then proceed to ask them something without mentioning who they are. I imagine that's kind of pretty natural too. So that's what got me late. I thought this was super interesting, how this person was talking about something that Lotus brought up, and I was talking about a third thing, because in English, vocatives are very common. When you're talking amongst people and there's more than one person, right? You evoke their name, you vocalize their name first without saying anything outside of just saying hey or something. And I know that this still happens in Japanese because Indy, you taught me about, and you did it today too, I think, in a way where they where you can do like, or I could say something like, right, Ende san wa, right? So the whole idea of using like a name to evoke the topic, right? But then proceed to not say anything else about the topic. The topic is invoked. So I don't know. Or like the subject is invoked. And then the second one was also interesting, which I am waiting for a response for as well, which is the not true hominin. I don't know if you know this stuff as well, Indy, if you have a comment about this. The not true homonym of kurai, right? Kurai, which turns out is also gurai, which I found out very soon after. This was 3 days ago, I think. Maybe 3 days ago. No. Kurai and gurai. And gurai and kurai both are introduced as dark / abouts, depending on the context, right? And yet, sure enough, you could say they're not true homonyms. It's actually very technically not true homonyms, but I did make the mention that the closest thing I could classify them as are homonyms. So kurai and gurai are, I think some people would consider them euphonic changes. So sometimes it's easier to use gurai versus kurai, right? In places. And Duolingo recently introduced kurai as dark, and they exclusively use gurai as about and in amounts, right? For the amount of stuff, like time, the amount of time kurai was used, and kurai was introduced as dark. However, they may be interchanged to some degree, preferentially. But and then there's the extra nuance of like kind of formal and informal as well. So technically, no, they're not homonyms as well, because they're kind of some use cases. So gurai, I prefer gurai most of the time. But Duolingo likes to do all of the above. So that's the other comment. That was very fun. Although I already knew about it right after. Anyways, that's about it. We'll start our lesson today. And today is review day, so hopefully I get to see. Let's see if I forgot anything else. Shrimp! Ebi! Ebi! Oh, napkins! Sorry, napkin. Napkin. I totally forgot about napkins and shrimp. Alright, what else did I forget? Karai, spicy. Oh, I forgot supu. Okay, there were a lot more items, and I forgot those. Oh, I forgot oh no, I forgot chukakai. Oh, and of course, chuka ryori. Okay, well, I did forget a lot of food things in my restaurant. My restaurant didn't have supu. Although we do have miso soru, soru. Man, okay. So we forgot a few items, definitely. Largely due to no repetition, right? Okay. So let's review outdoors, which was from 2 days ago, not a review of restaurant business. Okay. I don't know. I think I was talking to no one. I think Indy is actually missing. I usually talk to some people imaginarily, like they may or may not be there. So it's been a while since Indy said anything. So I'm sure he'll get to your comment at some point. Right. Do I want to do kanji after this? Hold up. Wait, 1 second. Do I want to do kanji to save some time? Yeah, I'll do this unit's review stuff. I think I've gotten it mixed up quite a few times. Okay.
いい天気を楽しみましょう。
いい天気の楽しみましょう. This is still outdoors, so it's from 2 days ago. I was only trying to remember yesterday. So, we 楽しみましょう should enjoy the nice weather. いい天気を楽しみましょう.彼女とピクニックを楽しみます。彼
女、涼しいところはどうですか？
あのねhas like an inside joke between some close friends of mine, but どんな君のことNope, I can't interpret that. Kimi sounds familiar. Hi, how are you doing today? Okay. Oh, interesting. Sona. Kimi no koto. Where is the today? Yeah, ne. I almost felt like it's hey. Yeah, so hi works. Yeah. I've always taken... Oh, that's not a translation? Oh. I just asked... Oh, you're just asking. Oh. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold up. Oh, you're just asking how am I doing today? Oh, okay. I've done pretty well. Thanks. Oh, what does that mean? What does the above... The phrase that you used. What did I just say? Sona kimi no koto. Ne kinda reminded me of getting someone's attention. Perhaps that's not what it means.涼しいところ Oh, Tokoro. Whoops, Tokoro. 涼しいところはどうですか? How about a cool place? Okay. 涼しいところはどうですか? ところはどうですか? 涼しいところはどうですか? How are you doing today? What are you up to lately, actually, Hugh? 今日バーベキューをします. 今日バーベキューをします。肉と野菜を食べます。Fair enough.
野菜。
野菜。
北海道の景色を楽しみましょう。
北海道の景色を楽しみましょう。We should enjoy Hokkaido's view. 北海道。魚も焼きましょう。
魚
も焼きましょ
北海道の川がいいです。
う。北海道の川がいいです。Rivers are good. Alright. Are good? Yeah, that works.外で遊びましょ
遊びましょう。
We should play outside. 8月1日にピクニックをしましょう。
8月1日。
It's not 1日。Shut up.
花さん、牛肉はどうですか？
花さん、今日に今日肉はどうですか？Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. I need to stop that. I did that yesterday too. 牛肉はどうですか？花さん、牛肉はどうですか？すみません。牛肉はあまり食べません。Don't really eat beef. ハイキングに行きましょう。いつがいいですか？
にが。
山を楽しみましょうか？ No. 楽しみます。
山を楽しみます。
I'm pretty relaxed today. Pretty chill. Alright, kanji time! Sorry. I was trying to hype myself up. 1時半
1時半
1時半 Interesting. Oh, okay. 1日
1日1時半
Why?
1時半
Why you pick this one?
1日
Let's just ignore that.
1時半1時半1時半1日1日1時半土曜日3時半2時半1日1
Yes, I know. They're two different things.
12月
12月
駅
中
山
山
1時半
1時半
1日
1日
1時半1時半 1時半
土曜日
土曜日
1日
1日2
2
時
時
半
半1回
1回1日
Okay.
1日
Yeah, it's two different things, yes. I actually think it might be intentional, but
1日古い1時半3時6
this is what makes it feel unintentional. This entry, because we tested it. If I put in ichinichi, it didn't accept it. If it did, then that's next level. That is definitely next level. 5つ6つ
む
5つ
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 5
6つ
4
4
つ
つ
2
2
つ
つ
3
2
つ
つ
6
6
つ
つ
5
5
つ
つ
5つ
え
5つ5つ5つ
6
6つ
つ4
4
つ
つ
3つ1つ
5
5
つ
つ
6つ6つ5
5
つ
つ
6
6
つ
つ
2
2
つ
つ1つ
4
4
つ
つ
5つ
え
4つ2つ5つ6つ3つ
雨
雨
雨雨
雨
雨
雨雨
雨
雨
雨
7つ
7つ
7月
7月7つ7 7月7 7つ7つ7月7
7月7つ6つ4つ7千
7月7月7つ7月話大きい900 7つ7つ7千7つ6つ
Oops 7月1つ
7月7月7月私7つ4時書きます 川
No.
人
二人。
ふた人
と、二人。
ふた
と、
人二人
母。
四人
二百。
二人人
と、
二人二人人二人300
300。
5つ15分
15分。
人
と、
人私
二
二人
人。
人
と、
200
200。
母二人二人9二人大きい山人
二人。Okay. Can I get kawa? No.
雨
Ame. Ame again. Ame again.
雨雨
雨
雨
雨雨
雨
雨
雨
Can I get kawa? No. Oh. That's one way, I suppose.
駅
口。
川魚雨雨雨川雨駅7 10 雨川川駅川雨山10駅 9 雨
Oops.
雨話川
Ooh. My jaw clicked just a little bit. 4人. Okay, 7つ.
な
Sure. 4人.
4人
4人. 5000.
4人
500.
7つ6つ4人4人な4人4人5
5
つ
つ。
7
7
つ
つ。400. 6000.
7つ7つ700 7つ
Dang it.
4人
3
3
つ。
つ2000
2000.
4人4人
え
7つ
7つ。
800
800.
5
That's a
つ
good one. 5つ。
500
500. 7つ。え Come on. Okay, 4人 and 7つ again. Or
よよ4人500 7つ5000 6つ4人4人7 4人4 7つ400 5つ4人6000 7つ7つ2000 7つ700 3つ4人4人5つ500 5つ500 7つ4人800
This is lasting a lot longer than 15. It feels longer than 15
Chisai.
minutes. Oh, chisai. To be compared with
川
kawa.
川
Chisai.
小さい
小さい
川川小さい
Chisai.
大きい川
Kawa. Takai. Ji.
川
小さい小さい川
Ji.
新しい
新しい。小さい。
古い
小さい
小さい7高い川大きい
川
Can I get no? 人 and 二人
二人人
二人
人
え
二人二人
or
200
200
母
母
人
人4人
二
二人
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 人
え
5つ15分300二人人人人200
200
母
母
私
私
二
二
人
人
二人9二人人山大きい
Hey. Alright, 15 minutes are up. Okay. Alright. Now we get a review of the restaurant stuff and see if we forgot anything else.
横浜の中華街のレストランは午前10時に開きます。11時半に出かけましょ
Are they planning to go out to eat? Yokohama no Chugakai no restaurant wa gozen. Wow. Gozen 10時に開きます. Oh, it's 開きます. I think I said 開けます. 開きます. Oh, that's interesting. Hold up. Oh, it is Akimasu. Oh, it's Aku. Oh, I was thinking of something else. Oh, it's Aku. Wait a minute. So then what is Oh. Yeah, I was thinking of Akeru. But it's Aku. Yeah, Aku versus Akeru. What? Oh no. Oh no. We'll have to look up the nuances of that too. It's kind of reminding me of the Hajime versus Hajima. Okay. Sure. 11時半 11時半に right? 出かけましょう We should go out at 10:30 or 11:30. Okay. このレストランは10時に開きます。Yes.
に
L サイズのタピオカティーを一つください。
Way to bring back L サイズ L サイズのタピオカティーを一つください。Ordering a drink. A single boba tea, to be precise. A single large boba tea. 美味しいレストランは11時に開きます。
ラーメンをたくさん食べましょう。
Okay.
ラーメン
をたくさん
食べましょ
う。we should eat a lot of ramen. Sure.中華料理は美味しいですね。Chinese food is tasty.
中華料理はいいですね。
中華料理はいいですね。Fair enough. Another alternative phrase. Chinese food is nice. 中華街でタピオカティーを食べましょう。Oh, you know what? Oh, that's interesting. Nomimasho. Yeah. I was about to say like, I mean, yeah, it's a drink. Or we should drink boba tea.
美味しい中華料理
There. I was gonna start an internet war again. All right.
美味しい中華料理
Tasty Chinese food. I'm after doing this for so long, seeing English, right? Seeing English, I forgot. I've rekindled with my appreciation, or the weirdness at first, but my appreciation were capital letters again. Like for so long, I write in all caps, and then when you're typing, like in text form, I don't capitalize things when you're texting, right? Like when you're texting, say like Discord and stuff. But since I've started being able to reply and respond to comments, right, static comments on like YouTube and stuff, I've been rekindled in the importance of capitalization, punctuation, being able to do like trying to reduce my run-on sentences, use parentheticals, hyphenated phrases, ellipses, so many different things has opened up lately to allow me to practice English again. We should eat a lot of Chinese food.
中華料理
中華料理をたくさん
たくさん
食べ
食べま
ましょ
しょ
お茶をたくさん飲みましょ
う。お茶をたくさん飲みましょう。Really? I'm not sure about
お茶
that. I'm not that crazy.
う。たくさん飲みましょ
Should drink a lot of green tea. I mean, I am a fan of green tea, but I'm not sure about drinking a lot of green tea. What should I say about this? Oh, I don't really know how to. I guess the response would be something like, 大丈夫じゃないです。大丈夫じゃないです。You should drink bubble tea? Okay, I'm down for that too. いいですね。Maybe もっとタピオカティーください。Drown me in bubble tea. Okay. Tapioca teaを飲みましょ
タピオカティーを飲みましょ
美味しいものをたくさん食べます。
う。おいしいもの、OK。おいしいものをたくさん食べます。Yeah? Nah, hands down. Yeah, fill my belly. Get into my belly. もっとおいしいものください。We will eat a lot of tasty stuff. Juji, no, レストランは10時に開きます。
10時
Whoops.
10時レストランはに開きます。
開きます。
中華街のタピオカティー
中華街のタピオカティー。Chinatown's bubble tea. Sure. Yokohama の中華街に行きましょう。
横浜の中華街に行きましょう。
チャーハンをたくさんチャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。
チャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。
4人。
4人、
4人。
2人。
Oh my gosh. 2人。
2人、
温かいウーロン茶もありますか？
What?
温かい。
Atatakai something.
ウーロン茶
Udon cha
も
mo nomimasu? Arimasu?
あります。
Huh?
温かいウーロン茶もありますか？
Okay. Is there also hot, warm green, warm oolong tea? Or do you also have warm oolong tea in this case? Atatakai udon cha mo arimasu ka? 4人。
4人、
小さい川2人見ます。
4人です。
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 There are 4. We're 4 peeps. We have 4 peeps. Or wherefore? Wherefore art thou? Sorry. Bad joke. Word puns for days. 4人
4人、
飲みます。2人新聞4つ。胡椒
胡椒
茶色。
茶色
Okay. 茶色 Sure. 茶色。ピクニック。
ピクニック。
ピクニック。メニュー。
メニュー。パ
パン
ンケーキ。
ケーキ。
いらっしゃいませ。
何名様ですか？
何名様ですか? Oh wait. Interesting. Okay. 何名? Oh, I forgot about this expression. Oh, well, that was. Oh, yeah, I forgot this expression for today's recall. 何名? How many? 何名様ですか? How many people? 何名様ですか? I guess trying to order food. Wait, irama. Oh, I guess that this particular person who's welcoming the person is working at the restaurant. Yeah, asking how many people, right?
2人、
2人。これは冷たい。冷たい is
冷たい
冷たい. Oh, I totally forgot about this too. 冷たい. It was in the restaurant portion. I thought it was in the. Oh yeah, it is. It's describing chill to the touch. Yeah. Cold coffee works. We have photo and テレビ all coffee works. 日本語のメニューをください。
のを
Yeah. 冷たい、冷たいウーロン茶。
冷たい
冷たい、なるな。冷たい
ウーロン茶
ウーロン茶。冷たいウーロン茶。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。sorry.
2人
二人です。
です。
何名様ですか？
何名様ですか？ How many people? いらっしゃいます。何名ですか？
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。I keep forgetting this. いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？
何名様ですか？
Oh. Yes. 4人です。
4人です。
We are 4. And there were 4 of us.
5つ
5つ。
5つ
Okay? 5つ。
5つ
麻婆豆腐も食べましょう
麻婆豆腐も食べましょう。
麻婆も食べましょう麻婆豆腐も食べましょう
We should also eat mapo tofu. Absolutely. Soup.
スープ
暗い。口。茶色。
茶色
茶色。And 牛肉。
牛肉
Gotta make sure I don't say Q.
ウーロン茶を5つください
ウーロン茶。ウーロン茶を。
ウーロン茶
How many?
5つ
5つ
く
ください。
ださいウーロン茶を5つください
Sure. 5 oolong teas. 水。水。4人。月曜日。5つ。2人。
すみません箸をください。
すみません。すみません。箸を。Wait. Oh, 箸をください。Oh, yeah. You just said it automatically. I'm like, what did that mean again?
すみません箸をください。すみません箸をください。
すみません。箸をください。
麻婆豆腐を食べましょうか。辛い食べ物は大丈夫ですか？
Ooh, spicy foods. Yeah, they're ordering food. 麻婆豆腐。麻婆豆腐を食べましょう。辛い食べ物は大丈夫ですか？ Are you okay with spicy food? Give me lava or give me death. Or both. No, just kidding. But give me lava.
「すみません」「ジュースを5つください」「肉は食べません」「野菜スープとサラダはありますか？」
That's pretty reasonable. They are vegetarian. Well, that's a leap of logic, but it's the most appropriate of the three. Because they say they don't eat meat, but that's more like an inference. And it's very strong, I suppose. But in the Japanese sense, it's kind of conflicting because they probably mean I don't really eat meat. Not that it could be interpreted as like a soft I don't really eat meat, but I guess you could express it like Miku wa amari tabemasen to soften it even more, that you're not a vegetarian, but you just don't really eat meat. In this case, I get where they're coming from by making a very strong statement, I suppose. Miku wa tabemasen. Yasai, yasai soup to sarada wa arimasu ka? Asking if they have vegetable soup or salad in response. Like, I would say I don't really eat meat either most of the time. Like, the thing I'm eating doesn't have meat in it. They're vegetable spring rolls. Mapo tofu wa honto ni karai desu. Lava. Give me lava, give me death.
Mabo
tofu wa honto ni karai desu. What are we ordering? Gohan o itsutsu kudasai.
Gohan 5つ
5 rice.
辛
5
い
bowls
ラー
of
メン
rice. That's interesting interpretation. 5 bowls of rice. There wasn't a counter for bowls or input, but that's interesting. That's a bit of interpretation, right? Kadai ramen. Spicy ramen. Supu o yotsu kudasai.
スープ4つ
Four soups. 4 soups as opposed to 4 bowls of soup, please.
箸が欲しいです。
Hey, thanks. Hello there. Hi. Arigatou gozaimasu. What do we have here? Hashi ga hoshii desu. Okay. I want chopsticks. Interesting. I will have to evaluate this, because if I said this, does it come off as may I have chopsticks? Interesting. Because we're thinking about sitting in a restaurant, right? And then maybe they hear me speak English or something, and then they wouldn't give me chopsticks, and then I need to request for chopsticks, right? This might be a little strong. I want chopsticks, gosh darn it. Oh, where are the chopsticks? Oh, I guess you could technically ask that indirectly. To be a little softer, an indirect ask. Where are the chopsticks? That happens a lot, actually. This type of phrasing, inquiring about where things are, at least in my opinion, in like English, is a indirect way to indicate that you want it when you visit like a establishment, right? So like there's no salt and pepper, right? For example, there's no salt and pepper shaker on the table, right? Obviously, I'm talking about the United States because a lot of times this is customary. Not talking about other cultures. I know about the, the formality about having condiments and seasoning and stuff, even in Japan. So, the idea is like, you would ask the waiter, like, where are the salt and pepper shakers? Or is there salt and pepper? As opposed to saying, I want, like, very strongly imply that the thing is absent and I want this kind of thing. So this does indirectly translate to English. I don't know how it translates to Japanese though. I'm kind of curious. If you don't want to sound so forceful and selfish, you can direct it into a task. Like, oh yeah, where are the sauces? Or where are the napkins, please? Right? Instead of give me napkins now. Or I want napkins, give them to me now. Usually though, I would probably say, if I'm directed for myself, I'd probably say, may I have chopsticks. Or inquire if they have chopsticks, which I can express that now in Japanese. Like hashi wa arimasu ka? Right? Hashi wa arimasu ka? Do you have chopsticks? Right? Or are there chopsticks? Which is still the same phrasing here. It's technically still express, like saying it to express like the sentiments of where are the chopsticks. I think I still would go with hashi wa arimasu ka? Because you're asking if there exists chopsticks. So it's closer to this. Even though Duolingo introduced it as asking the person directly if they possess chopsticks. It's making me feel all kind of weird with these questions now in English, knowing Japanese. Okay.
Hashi.
Oh yeah.
Hashi.
This is different though. Hashi wa doko desu ka?
De ka.
Which I would agree that's how it goes, right? Like if a person is asking where are the chopsticks, in my opinion, in English, they are really asking hashi wa arimasu ka? Arimasu ka? As opposed to hashi wa doko desu ka? But the literal use of this phrase would be hashi, at least from my understanding, hashi wa doko desu ka? Right? But the sentiments are closer to if they have chopsticks. Hashi o kudasai.
Hashi o kudasai. 6つ
お茶を6つとチャーハンをください。
I didn't quite hear that, but
お茶
to something and something else. Two things.
ご飯を
o
6つ
kudasai? No.
ください。お
Did you order an amount too for this?
6つ
This looks right.
お茶を6つとチャーハンをください。
Yeah. Oh. Wait.
お茶を6つとチャーハンをください。
Oh,
ご
chahan.
飯、チャーハン、チャーハン。
お茶と、お茶を6つとチャーハンをください。Thanks. So that. 6つ。
6つ
4人. Don't you dare. 1日.
1日
Okay. I was about to say, if you ichi nichi me, I'm gonna slap you, Duo. 5つ. 2人.
2人
店員さんはどこですか？
So the lessons are fine. It's accurate to 1日. But the kanji section is not. Get on it, Duolingo crew. Sorry, please. I humbly request that the kanji section be rectified, although it's still really funny. Yes. That is how you count that. Yep.
店員さんはどこですか？
店員
店員
oh yeah, that's the one. In my total recall earlier today, 店員 was the thing I was missing. One of the things I knew they introduced, but I couldn't pull up the kana in my head.
店員さんはどこですか？ 3
Oh no, wait, no, not this. This is something I actually forgot. I'm still looking for another word. 店員さん is waiter.
は店員さんはどこですか？どこですか？
I forgot waiter as well. Not in long-term memory yet. Where's the waiter? Ebi.
エビ
Ebi. I forgot Ebi, but we were reminded. 胡椒.
胡椒
Picnic.
ピクニック
Picnic. It's so much softer than my aspirated P. Picnic. 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 Like such a light. I don't even know if it triggers the mic gate when I say that. 犬 数学
数学ナプキンと箸をください。
Napkin was another one that we forgot. Napkin. Napkin.
ナプキンと箸をください。ナプキン
Napkin と箸
を
ください。
ください。
A napkin, chopsticks, please. Napkin.
ナプキン
Napkin.
パンケーキ
耳
部屋線香
Incense. 麻婆豆腐麻婆豆腐麻婆豆腐は本当に麻婆豆腐は本当に Oh, we forgot the a lot phrase too. Oh, I even made a comment about it. Oi. Oi ですね。Yep, that's what those things mean. Yep. The study of numbers. Yep. Mm-hmm. That is something someone shared. It's inferred because there's a lot of gakus. Yep. Mm-hmm.
麻婆豆腐
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。
本当に多いですね。
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。
エビチャーハン定食を6つとビールをください。
Hmm. She's ordering food. She's ordering stuff. Food stuff. Oh, drinks as well. Ebi chahan, shrimp fried rice. Ebi chahan teishoku. Ooh. Brought back the meal set. Ebi chahan teishoku o 6つとビールをください。So beer and six of the shrimp fried rice meal sets. Please. このレストランのチャーハンは多いです。多いです。How could I have forgotten oi? Oi. I was making a reference to oi.
この
where are you?
レストランのチャーハンは多いです。
この blank napkin はカレーです。This cute? No cute. 白い white napkin works. Sure, white napkin. このレストラン I tried to say this and Kono came out. このレストランのスープは多いです。多いです。Whoops. I gotta not do oi. 多いです。
このレストランのスープは多いです。
この店員さんは something busy? 忙しいですね。Nice. Greetings from Turkey. Hello, Maria. Hello from the United States. Hello. その店員さんは忙しいですね。Waiter is busy, or that waiter is busy. Aren't they? Or isn't he? Isn't she? Aren't they? Etc. Okay. ジュースを2つと ジュースを2つと、エビスープをください。Shrimp soup? Okay. エビスープをください。
2つ。
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
麻婆豆腐。
Okay, I just wanted to hear it again. It definitely麻婆豆腐definitely interferes with my Chinese a lot. Let's see.
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
Should ask the waiter.店員に聞きましょう。
店員に聞きましょう。
Oh.
3.
Gotta honorize the waiter. Honorifics for the waiter. 店員さんに聞きましょう. This is like a use case interpretation, but I've heard it somewhere. That's good enough. Okay.
7つ。
7つ。
7つ。7つ。
お釣りは240円です。
お釣り。お釣り。
お釣り
Oh wait. Did I confuse two phrases? Oh no, this is it. Otsuri. This is change. The word that I know I was taught, but we couldn't collect it. Otsuri. Yeah, this is otsuri. Change. Yep, you know it when you see it and hear it, but still can't pull it out of thin air. Got most of them though. Otsuri. Okay. Otsuri wa some amounts, so we'll go with 5200円です。
お釣りは240円です。
Oh, 40円です。
40、200?
Okay.
お釣りは240円です。
Oh.
200、5000?
I guess 5000's change is a lot. Okay, that's more reasonable. お釣りは240円です。
お釣りは240円です。
Yeah. Cashier, 会計会計に行きましょう。
会計に行きましょう。
全部で5300円です。全部で
total, right? 全部で5300. 300. That's a great way to bring in 300. 300円です。
全部で5300円です。
Yeah. 全部で5300円です。5,300 yen is the total. The total is in total. Yeah, fair. It's 5,300 yen in total. How much are the fried dumplings? Oh, I totally forgot about gyoza. How could I have forgotten about gyoza when I was going through my imaginary restaurant? Ah, okay. So yeah, so yesterday's thing had 26 words. 26 vocabulary. Yeah, that was at the higher end so far. I'm sure the volume is slightly increasing the average. I mean, the average is increasingly going up a bit. 餃子はいくらですか？
餃子はいくらですか？
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
Okay.
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
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 Okay. サラダを3つとジュースを7つください。
ジュースを3つと
Whoops.
ジュースサラダを7ください。
Okay. 動物 that's kind of long. The last one is kind of long. What? 犬茶色全部で
全部で
メニュー Sure. 5つ6つ7つ2人4人
全部で3200円ですね。会計に行きましょう。
Yep. Paying their bill. 全部で3000. That's a great way to throw in another modifier, amount modifier, like exception, right? 全部で3200円ですね。会計に行きましょう。4つりは600円です。Sure.
甘いものも食べましょう。抹茶のチーズケーキを7つといちごのカップケーキを6つくださ
い。She's ordering some dessert. Oh my goodness, that is throwing in some katakana for you. Holy. 甘いもの right? 甘いものも食べましょう。Let's also let's eat some sweet stuff too, right? Machi. So machi. Oh, matcha. Oh, sorry, matcha. Nice. They brought back matcha. I was beginning to want yesterday. I was thinking, man, why aren't they bringing back other flavors? Like, why aren't they adding flavors? Because we have a few flavors. Matcha, matcha being one of them. Matcha no cheesecake. Ah, yeah, cheesecake o. Wow, cheesecake o 7つと Ichigo. Yeah, that's another flavor. Ichigo no cupcake. Oh, wow, 6つください. That's a lot of desserts. Yeah, we got vanilla, right? Vanilla is chocolate. There's lots of flavors. They could even bring in like a question, like ask what kind of flavors, or have a dialogue between the waiter and the person asking like what type of flavors would you want, right? Plenty of vocabulary to use. Chahan. Yeah, chahan o 6つと chahan o 6つと gyoza o not 6つ5つ chahan o 5つと gyoza o 6つ6つください。
6つ。
お釣りは500円です。
お釣りは500円です。Your change is 500 yen. Danielu. Oh yeah, see, this is vocalization right here. This is the vocative I was talking about earlier. This is a vocative case. And it's okay here because in the English prompt, this is the subject. But sometimes when there's no subject and you eliminate this and say, Daniel should pay at the cashier, then it's no longer vocative because Daniel is part of the collective we, right? Then it's more of an English to Japanese thing as opposed to the other way around. Danielu-san. Right? Pause. Danielu-san. Vocative. Kaikei de 払いましょう。
払いましょう。
The cashier's over there. 会計はあそこです。Wait.
会計
Are you serious, Duolingo? Excuse me? Excuse me? Why aren't you adding this into the kanji section? Hello? No, that's probably, I'm being dramatic, but this is probably from the older path. This happens on occasion. It happened with Takai, and I still haven't gotten Yasui either. I've been given Takai, but not Yasui. But this has happened before. Probably older path, and they didn't clean it up, or overlooked older path. Probably by around this unit, wherever this unit is. They already used the kanji before, maybe. It does look like the left kanji and the right kanji, lots of the elements I already know. Actually, all the elements I already know. Yeah. So yeah, I probably already know all the stroke. It shares all the different components. All the different components share kanji stroke patterns with an existing kanji. But this is actually an error, actually.
会計
会計はあそこです。
あそこです。
At least I think. Yeah. It's fine though. There's enough context clues and all that stuff. Right. We're not here to be perfect, but I'm loose enough to understand the context.
ナプキンをください。
ナプキンをください。Napkins, please. A napkin. A singular napkin, please. A singular napkin, please. Okay. Imagine, well, okay. Real talk though. When someone says a napkin, please, this is probably more of a cultural thing. When you ask for a napkin, please, they'll give you napkins most of the time. Which is funny because you don't specify whether it's plural or singular in Japanese, right? So it actually kind of works here. People will give you any number of napkins. Like if you say a napkin, please, like if say like a Japanese person is learning English and the phrase is a napkin, please, you won't just get, most of the time you will get varying numbers of napkins. Which is funny because that's exactly what the Japanese phrase would say. As in, the Japanese is not concerned with whether it's a singular napkin or multiple napkins, right? So when you tell the waiter, like, a napkin, please, you'll probably be given more than likely more than a singular napkin. Sometimes, though, you can possibly get a singular napkin, but that's usually not the case, even though the phrase a napkin please may come up. Like if you say a napkin please, it will still not be very weird at all, but it's not a concern of whether it's more than one napkin. And that's kind of funny. That's really funny. Translating it in like from Japanese, right? Because technically it's just napkins or a napkin or any of the sort. It's whatever is convenient to them, I suppose, or whatever the implicit nature. Like the waiter will determine if, hey, do they want more than one napkin or something, and then if it's like a party of 7, you would at least give more than a singular napkin, that kind of thing. Really funny stuff comes up all the time, man. この白いナプキンは綺麗です。
箸をください。
箸をください。Chopsticks, please. Like, because the reason why they're doing it, Duolingo's doing it, is to remind you, even though it may be a little weird in English sometimes, like this, Duo is like mechanical, right? And I kind of like that they're doing it in that way. They keep switching between singular, no matter what. They keep switching between singular or plural in the native language when they're translating, to remind the native speaker that the target language is flexible by context. So while I'm making commentary all the time about, a napkin please, that does happen. But if you think about it in a long, like, if you step back it would only come up if you start evaluating English in the context of another language, because it's important to know that this doesn't specify a chopstick or chopsticks, right? At the same time, you hear people say like, oh yeah, may I have water? Sorry, may I have water? Right, may I have water and a napkin, please? Right? Or may I have water and some napkins, please? Right? All these things, it's automatic. But at the same time, it's very curious because, yeah, if we remove the article, or like if we remove the article, right? May I have water and napkin, please? And then let the inference of amount, it's still, it's fine. The results are communicated implicitly anyways. It's so funny. Okay. Like if you sit down and you have like a party of 4 and you say, oh, and a chopstick, please, right? And a chopstick, please. The implicit nature is chopsticks, even though the person say a chopstick. The likelihood is the waiter is going to give you more than one chopstick. And that kind of highlights what Japanese have done, in my opinion, in their language. Like when they're ordering things, it's like due to the consideration of the best they can do. So a waiter is almost contextually obligated to do their best to implicitly understand how many things they need when not specified in certain things, like napkins or chopsticks and whatnot. And it gives like onerous and responsibility to the people speaking to each other, as opposed to being awfully specific and technical. Funny, very funny. I like it. Kono hashi wa nagai desu. That's weird. These chopsticks are long. Okay, sure.
このレストランのラーメンは多いですね。
このレストランのラーメンは多いですね。This restaurant's ramen is a lot, isn't it? チャーハンを5つと餃子を6つください。
餃子6つ。
6つ。
冷たいウーロン茶。
冷たいウーロン茶。冷たい。Gotta remember that too. 冷たい。Cold oolong tea. 冷たい。冷たい。Ooh, I do like cold oolong tea with some bubbles in them, please. And maybe like a couple grams of sugar. Kudasai. And milk, I guess. Kyunyun. Kyunyu. Kyunyu. Okay, udon cha. Udon cha. Udon cha o 6つとラーメンをください。Okay.
ウーロン茶。
ウーロン茶を6つとラーメンをください。箸をください。
箸をください。
麻婆豆腐。麻婆豆腐。 麻婆豆腐を2つください。
麻婆豆腐。
麻婆豆腐を2つください。
2つ。
She eat a lot of fried rice. チャーハン。Thanks, Nojo. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. 頑張ってください。We should eat a lot of fried rice. So, チャーハンをたくさん食べましょ
う。チャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。
5 warm oolong teas, please. I wonder, I'm actually kind of curious. Maybe it's gripping. I would be very interested to see if this type of thing has gripped Japan in general, like Japan's shops and places. Because the whole idea of having to specify that a tea is warm or cold, or like beverages be warm and cold, oftentimes remind me or is very reminiscent of where I live in the United States. Where oftentimes, if you go to other cultures, traditionally, they stick to traditionalism, right? Teas are often served warm. Certain beverages are expected to be of certain temperature. However, in the United States, there has been a lot of like other cultural people making commentary against the United States for like the whole idea of icing your drinks and chilling your drinks and stuff. So I'm curious if these phrases are more in Americanism because Duolingo, or in Japan, do you now commonly specify the temperature or like the temperature of a beverage and then that they offer or are accepting of that? Because I'm okay with, if I ordered oolong tea, it would be predominantly served warm, right? So this kind of phrasing, 5 warm oolong teas, sounds a little bit suspiciously like Americanism, as in it's redundant in other cultures, and respectfully so, because of authenticity and maybe traditionalism. So I'm kind of curious how ubiquitous or how prevalent it is to specify the temperature of the condition and temperature of your beverage. I am one that does love partaking in the traditionalism, right? Because as much as I want everything to be about me, or like everything should be to my liking, I also like the idea of authenticity too. Like I've talked a lot on the other side of things, where authenticity doesn't necessarily mean things that are non-authentic are less significant or weighty, you know, the whole fake and real versus thing. But at the same time, there's enough room in this world for both. And I'm very curious if Japan has a mix now of where when you order tea, you have to specify if it's warm or cold. Because oftentimes when you go into cultured areas in the United States, which is a very large majority of the United States, the waiter would probably ask you, do you want that warm or cold? Like lots of times it deals with this. So I'm curious if this phrasing, like this type of phrasing, will be useful when I eventually travel to Japan. I'd probably say something like daijoubu desu, or something like that, where I indicate like whatever is normal, right? Whatever is normal, right? Because I would love to partake in the restaurants or the establishments thing, as opposed to specifying how I want things unless they inquire about it. So there's a lot of nuance to this phrase that makes me think about the privileges, I suppose, or the normal behaviorisms in the United States. It's crazy. It's a meme right now, like just as a slight digression. It's almost borderline meme-y in the United States now, where when you go to like a drive-through, like even clips of this happen. It's like a humorous meme, like self-awareness meme, where you go to a drive-through and to order a drink, it requires like 36 different modifiers. Like, oh, can I have a tea, 2 cups, 1 sugar, black, steeped warm, not stirred, shaken, between the temperatures of warm and hot, but not cold. Like, that's where I'm getting at. It's kind of interesting to see what it's like outside the United States in the future when I travel to another place. I love traveling to monocultural places because you experience what they find is socially normative. In the United States, for lack of a better word, things are diversified due to individualism. So individual preferences come up far more. So accommodating flexibility, individual preferences is a gold standard in the United States. To run a business, right? I talked about a little bit about the fake Chinese food situation. More like Americanized Chinese. What that does is re-emphasizing the whole idea that businesses run on individualized accommodations. So yes, it will probably extend the the labor and the specification, and it's like quote unquote not authentic because you're changing all the things up, but it's generally in the scope of being accommodating to the diversity in preferences in the United States, in contrast to other countries that have monocultural conformity and traditionalism. That's really rich too and pure. I think this saying 5 cold oolong teas please can be a little bit blasphemous to other places. So I'm evidently curious if this is uncomfortable or not, where like someone would read this from a different country, right? And they're learning English, for example, if this is a Duolingo specific thing. And they're like, why would I need to specify that oolong tea is warm? And then you get into that thought like, well, to American, at least myself, it's actually kind of a valid question or a valid expression. Because if you want to go to the United States, they're probably going to ask you, like, you get a coffee, right? In various places, you order coffee and it's like, do you want that warm or cold? And if that's not normalized when someone is talking, then it might be an American thing, right? I don't know other places, but generally, yeah, they do. Nowadays, the new age thing, at least in the United States, is your beverages are often asked if it is warm or cold, almost regardless of the beverage. And that's pretty interesting. I will have to ascertain that when I visit Japan, how prevalent that is for beverages. For now, this seems reasonable from the perspective of a naive American. It is very expected to specify the temperature of tea, largely due to like bubble teas and stuff being so prevalent, like iced beverages, right? And I don't know what the makeup or statistics of iced beverages nowadays, but I would probably argue people might drink cold coffee, like cold variances of coffee, probably equally as often as drinking warm variances of coffee nowadays. Might be just an American thing. Who knows? This is why this is so interesting. Learning another language, and then you get to learn a little bit about your own language again. It's why it's so interesting to learn another language. Language breeds culturalism by extension. Let's see. Atatakai udon cha o 5つください。
温かいウーロン茶
を
5つ
ください。
ください。
Get more with Super Duo.
Do I want to do kanji? Yeah, let's do kanji one more time. I feel like I'm still shaky on this? Am I shaky on this? Nah, let's go up here. Nan nensei. 1年生。
何年生？
1年生。
何年生？
何年生？
1年生。
Oh, stroke order.
何年生？
1年生。
That's why you practice.
2年生。
Stroke order. Oh. Stroke
何
order.
年生？
That's why you do this. Stroke order. Sensei. Okay.
先生。
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 先生。先生。
先生。
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 Eki? No.
2年生。
2年生。何年生？
何
2年生。何時間？何年生
2時半。2
2
年
年
生
生。
2分。
うん。
何年生
2年生。
2年生
何年生？
1
1
年生
年生。
12
12
月
月。
2
2
年
年
生
生。
何
何
時間
時間？
何
何
年生
年生？
何
4
4
年生。
何曜日40
40
分
分。
4年生3年生何年生4年生
何年生？
何年生
4年生。
何年生2年生4年生何時間40分。
Okay.
2年
Ooh.
1年生。
Alright, redemption.
2年生。
何年生？
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 2年生。
1年生。
That's a little better. Okay.
先生。
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 先生。先生。
先生。
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 Icky? Icky. Okay. This one has a slight bug, so to speak.
Icky.
Proximity bug, so icky. It's a little bit tenuous. Yes.
駅
It's still there.
駅
駅
駅、
駅
駅
駅、
駅、
Oops.
駅
I turned it the other direction. Oh, that's a little far. Okay. Oh. Let's try again.
駅、
Dang it. Yeah.
駅
Those tiny strokes are bugged.
駅
駅
駅、
駅
駅
駅、
駅、
It's kind of like that. Whoops.
駅
I'm trying to get like that little swoop, but the pen doesn't actually create stops, like wait stops. They don't get the same feedback. You just let it correct it. There's no like weight or velocity when you're doing it yourself. Nomimasu. Nomimono. Okay. 4年生
よ
飲み物
買い物
4
4年
年
生
生
魚3
3年
年生
生
飲み物飲み物
I wonder why 飲み物
のみ物
is plugged in here. How could you get them mixed up? 4年生飲み物
4年飲み物買い物食べ物2年生4年生飲み物4年生よ年生卵食べ物飲み物3年生3年生4年生のみもの3年生4年生食べ物食べ物飲み物買い物
I'm thinking about what I said recently. Okay, that's good enough. I think that's been roughly 15 minutes. All right, let's get back to, yeah, so it does a double eat in a restaurant. Yeah, so I think, in my opinion, there's still the same amount of bootstrapping, but I don't particularly, oh, maybe they're trying to mix up the pattern. That might be it. Because right here, so this is my issue right now, in my opinion, is that you have N1, right? N1 here. One of these is personalized practice. I think this was personalized practice. So now we're not talking about personalized practice. So PP1. Sometimes there's a PP2, which comes in at the second one or the third. So any of those positions. But then you get R1, so the review of N1, and then you get N2, right? But then this is R1 again, but then you have two R2s back to back. I personally like their older, their previous, if you go back to the earlier units, this is swapped. They moved these two. So that fits in well, where you have N2, then you have a repeat. This becomes R2, and this becomes R1. But now instead, you have two repeats of R2 down here. So we're going to do the same thing again, right? For the second half here. Although they're new prompts, though. Like, also, what's worth noting is the prompt content. Like the prompt content, this group outside of the personal practice is the same pool. It's the same pool of prompts. However, these two are a new prompt, new pool of prompts. And then a little bit down, this one is a unique prompt as well. But it's a collection of these two pools. I don't know how much I like that as much as the one that so they're kind of mixing it up. Maybe that's intentional. I don't know. That's what I've noticed anyways.
お茶をたくさん飲みましょう。お茶。
お茶。お茶を
たくさん飲みましょう。お茶をたくさん飲みましょう。
横浜の中学会に行きましょう。This is really duoing my lingo. That's kind of lewd. Why are you saying I'm afraid not, Millie? I'll duo your lingo. I'm just kidding. That's a little weird too.
Yokohama.
How are you doing? Sozu. Sozo. Yes.
No. 中華街.
Why are you ngaing all of a sudden? No. They always ngae. 中華街に
行きましょう。
行きましょう。
中華街のタピオカティーは有名ですね。
Yeah. 中華街 You know Yeah. Chinatown? Oh, Chinatown? Yeah. Yeah. Chinatown? Fair enough, yep. Duolingo will probably do both at some point. A lot of times. They chose Chiuka. Right. Chiuka because of Chugaku. Chugaku. The way they express like Chinese. Or Chinese and China. Yeah, Chugoku. Yeah. So Chugoku and Chugokugo. Hence Chukakai and Chuka Ryori. Yeah, no, that's the whole point. Yes. That's the whole point of their using that. So, Chinatown, they could choose to use Chinatown. Sometimes they use Chinatown, or sometimes they use katakana, but usually, Whichever is more related to something else that has been introduced comes first. It's kind of like them introducing kipu and then following up with chiketo. And then there's more. But they didn't come up with that yet either. They didn't show up with that one yet. Which is show ken, using ken, right? Using ken instead. And then because they already do kipu and chiketo for buses and trains, but ken can also be used, but they didn't introduce ken yet. Like Josha or something like Josha ken. You probably deduce it from, yeah, that usually happens. Yep. You probably could deduce it for the kanji. Certainly. Or you could be like me and be able to deduce it from also the kana as well.
中華街のタピオカティーは有名ですね。中華街。
What happened?
中華街のタピオカティーは有名ですね。タピオカティーは有名ですね。中華街のタピオカティーは有名ですね。
Fair enough. 中華街のタピオカティーは有名ですね。The answer is both. Eventually, I'll probably be able to recognize it by both the kanji and the kana. Not one or the other. We should drink bubble tea. Tapioca tea or nomimashou.
タピオカティーを飲みましょう。
チャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。
チャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。Yes. チャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。
チャーハンを食べましょう。たくさん。チャーハンをたくさん食べましょう。
Okay. Should eat a lot of ramen. Ramen をたくさん食べましょ
う。ラーメンをたくさん食べましょう。
Here comes the oi. Oi is coming up.
中華料理はどうですか？
Not yet, not yet.
中華料理は中華料理はどうですか？
Okay. How about Chinese food? It's coming up soon. The oi. Okay. Tapioca tea or nomimasu?
Nomimasu.
Sure. She's totally yoing though. She's totally yomasing. Yomasing, not nomimasing. このレストランは10時に開きます。
に
Oh, they didn't go with oki yet. Oki. Oh, I mean oi. Yoku wa... No. Yoku... Yokohama. Oh my god. 横浜に大きい Oh, I was thinking of Shiro. 大きい中華街がwhat do we have here? 行きます。取ります。乗ります。
あります。
あります works. Yeah, to possess. Yeah, sure. 横浜に interesting. Yeah. 横浜に大きい中華街があります。美味しいレストランは11時に開きます。
に
レストランは何時に開きますか？
レストランは何時に開きますか？ 10 時半に開きます。Opens at 10.
どんな中華料理が好きですか？
どんな中華料理が好きですか？ What kind of Chinese food do you like?
レストランはいつ開きますか？
レストランはいつ開きますか？ 10 時、11時に開きます。Opens up at 11.
中華街のタピオカティー。
中華街のタピオカティー。Chinatown's boba. お茶をたくさん飲みましょ
う。お茶をたくさん食べましょう。飲みましょう。
中華料理はどうですか？
中華料理
はどうですか？OK。
いらっしゃいませ。
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 4人。
4人。2人。
2人。川。4人。見ます。小さい。2人。
子供が4人います。子供4人が
Wait.
子供が4人いますがいます。
Yeah. 子供が4人います。There are 4 kids. We have 4 kids. 新聞4人飲みます。2人4つ。
冷たいタピオカティーはどうですか？
冷たい
タピオカティーはどうですか？
冷たいタピオカティーはどうですか？ How about the cold bubble tea, boba? How many people? 何名様ですか？
何名様ですか？
冷たいジュースは美味しいですね。Do you also have warm oolong tea? Okay. 温かいウーロン茶もありますか？
温かいウーロン茶もありますか？
英語のメニューをください。Sure.
のを
English menu, please. Should look at the menu. Menu de 見ましょうか or 見ましょう。メニューで見ましょ
う。メニューで見ましょ
う。Oh, they went with O. Fair enough.
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか
I just wanted to test it. いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？何名様ですか？2人です。May? Yeah, they're introducing May. すみません。すみません。2人です。
2人です。
4人です。
4人です。We're 4 in a... No, I'm just kidding. We're 4 of a bunch. Whoops. I slid the thing in the... Oh, I'm rushing. I'm sliding things in the wrong place. Like, they're not sliding in the correct place. Yeah. ウーロン茶をください。Oolong tea, please.
何名様ですか
Sounds French. 4? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? 何名様ですか
メニューを見ましょう。
4人です。
You gotta love contractions. Like 90% of my errors, 90 to 90, it's going up even further. 90% of my errors are Duolingo's insistence on using American English contractions, which I don't use very often. When it comes to writing. 5つ。Okay, 5つ。Sure.
すみません、箸はありますか？
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 食べ
ます。4人。5つ。2人。月曜日。
ビールを5つください。5つください。
辛い peppers? 辛い食べ物。辛い食べ物は大丈夫ですか？Clearly this guy doesn't appreciate.
水を5つください。
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 箸を使います ?No? 使います。
使います。
Yeah? 箸を使いますか？麻婆豆腐が美味しいです。麻婆豆腐 Yes.
が欲しいです。
The reason I'm saying it that way is because I am trying very, very hard to not say it like I typically would say it. 麻婆豆腐が欲しいです。スープを4つください。
スープ4つ。
麻婆豆腐はどうですか？
麻婆豆腐はどうですか？ Mapo tofu wa amari tabemasen. Says no one. I'm just kidding.
麻婆豆腐
麻婆豆腐を2人ください。
2つ
2つ。Whoops. Two people. Sorry. 2つ。
卵スープはどうですか？
Okay. 卵スープはどうですか? Ooh, like egg drop soup kind of thing. Or egg soup is kind of like egg drop soup. すみません。卵。Yeah. すみません。卵は食べません。Says no one. ご飯を5つください。
ご飯5つ。
Sure.
卵スープとお茶をください。
卵スープとお茶をください。Egg soup and green tea ください。どんな辛い食べ物が好きですか？ Green tea
どんな
辛い
食べ
物が好きですか？
好きですか？
箸をください。
箸をください。
6つ。
店員さんはどこですか？
店員さんはどこですか？
どこですか？
優しい店員さん。
優しい店員さん。
ナプキンはありますか？
ナプキンは what? ありますか？ Sure, I guess.
ナプキン
はありますか？ Never heard 店員 used for waiter, but I guess it makes sense since it would really be any sort of like store employee. Yeah. You're more familiar with waiter. Yeah. Waiter is somewhere as well. Yeah, waiter. So one thing that Duo does is they always break it into 50-50. They try to break it into 50-50. So if they're going to introduce something that's in kata, they have to match it with one that's in hira. So hira and kata is break. So oftentimes they pick things that they have to pick one or the other. So a lot of times there are many kata counterparts to the hira counterparts and vice versa. So I hear that quite a lot when people say like, oh yeah, I'm used to hearing this. Occasionally there's one where you have two hira expressions, like synonyms, right? Synonyms, so to speak. But it's usually like the comment that people make a lot of times when they're hearing me do Duolingo, like use Duolingo. They're usually suggesting a kata one whenever they hear a hira one, and then whenever they see a kata one, they mention the hira one. And I think that's pretty cool, in my opinion, because like you can't. It's kind of hard to do that in English. You don't have that feeling. You don't get that feeling in English. The type of feeling you get, the closest thing in English you get to feel is synonyms. Like lots of synonyms. And I can't spell synonyms, but synonyms. This synonyms is a synonym of synonym. Like English, the closest thing to capture is like, oh, that's interesting. It's like, oh, you say interesting, I say intriguing. That kind of thing, right? So it's like, oh yeah, I don't use that word very often. I prefer to use this word. I think my favorite ones are the ones that people use interchangeably a lot. Yeah, there are a lot of loan words, and while native Japanese words exist, for a lot of them, they're also kind of trendy and interesting, if that makes sense. Yes, they do. And English does the same thing in terms of how trendy they are, and then they choose one word over the other. For example, I'll give you one that is very, very recent and fictitious. One of the people that I talked to revealed that recently. Pop, and soda. Sorry, I might have popped my microphone by doing that. Pop and soda. Soda is winning in the United States. In the USA, it used to be pop. Like, well, pop used to have a giant, but now it's soda. for the most part. Fictitious, there he is. Yeah, so it's kind of like this, where soda is trending, so pop is going. Yeah, that would be the whole idea, right? The whole, and that's the closest thing in English, where words trend and then it replaces the other word when they're using interchangeably. Oh, I have some serious versions, like funnier versions, or like more deep cut versions, like literally is trending. So it's replacing figurative, even though they mean different things. Now literally means figuratively and literally at the same time, right? So now this word has encompassed both of them. Literally means not literally? No, literally, yeah, which is figurative. It's ironic. It's an ironic use. Yeah, it's encompassed everything. Literally now means emphasis. So people don't use the word emphasize anymore as well. Literally has taken place of emphasis. So when you emphasize something, you're literally doing it. It's providing emphasis as opposed to suggesting figurative and literal, which used to be the other encompassing. When someone says, oh yeah, I'm literally the best, figuratively. But now it's more like, okay, let's forget figurative altogether and use it as emphasis. I'm literally the best. I'm quite literally the best. Yep. Word trends. Word trends. They go beyond one word in terms of like loan words. I don't call these really loan words, but I know Japanese, it's kind of a loan word. But the word I kind of associate with a lot of times are cognates. Like, I'm not a linguist, so I'm just throwing these terms around. I know someone's going to tell me like, well, cognates are actually this, and homonyms are kind of this. It's like, all right, fair enough. But, you know, like, homonyms are technically this. I know. I'm not a linguist, but what I mean is I like to refer to them as cognates, or not even loan words. They're not loan, they're used. Like, they're used words, so they're not like temporary. In my opinion, loan words imply borrowing, which is a temporary state, in my opinion. You borrow and you give back. I typically refer to them as cognates, as in they're like synonymous with the word that they sound like. And one cognate that I kind of like, lots of cognates that I like from Japan are food items, right? Oh, actually, sorry, that's a bad example. What's a cognate? Actually, I don't even know if cognates is. Do English have cognates of other languages? What's a good example of an English cognate? Are there English cognates? I feel like this is more of a borrowed from English thing. With food, I think they're mostly actually loan words from Japanese into English. Yeah. Yeah, there are no cognates. And I don't think they're loan words. Again, they're just words, in my opinion. Like, there are no replacements. What I mean is, now they're not replaced by something. They're not substitution for something. Right? Like, sushi is not a substitution for something. Like, sushi, because it has cultural relevance. It's not the abstraction of the word. Right? Like, when you're saying sushi, you're not... It can't be like a roll with seaweed. Oh, rice ball. That's a good one. Actually, rice ball. Yeah, oh yeah, onigiri. Onigiri is still, yes. That's a good one. Onigiri is still in the loan state. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right? Like, some words are in the loan state. Like, this is still on loan. Onigiri is still on loan. It hasn't trended hard enough to replace rice balls. But sushi, like sushi, tempura, ramen, those stuff, they're no longer borrowed words. They're just replaced. Like, you could say noodles, but noodles don't mean the same as ramen anymore. And I feel that's what's happening with Japanese katakana. Like, the new age people are like, no one says kipu. Like, that kind of stuff is trending like really hard. Like, no one says kipu. They say chiketo, right? So I feel like some of these words are getting to that state. But I do feel it's loan and borrowed words are, yeah, fitting into Japanese quite a lot. I almost feel when it comes to English, those words are permanent. Like, they're like, you know how there's that, what was the meme, the English meme? English is like 4 to 6 languages in disguise, kind of thing, where like there aren't borrowed words in English. They're English words. Like sushi is an English word now. Like, thank you, Japan. Now there's no replacement for sushi. A seaweed wrap roll with raw fish in, and one that's on loan. Ooh, a good loan word that's still on loan is sashimi. Wait, is it sashimi or shishimi? Wait, actually, I've never written it out before. Is it sashimi? Oh, sashimi. Yeah, sashimi. Yeah, I see. This is still a loan word. I think sashimi is still a loan word. Yeah, still a loan word in English. The reason why I'm saying this is English, since I like other words that have become part of the English vernacular, I'll trigger everyone now. Feel free. And I'm sure whoever watches this like 10 years later, this will be a triggering word. And I am gonna say it in the absolute most triggering way possible. It's a crescent. No. I should take that back. I bumped into a lot of French people before, so I actually, as far as I can say it, I prefer to pronounce it croissant, right, with the T, as opposed to croissant without the T. And even then, I can't get the French accent, right? Kind of like nonchalant, right? Nonchalant without the T, a silent T, nonchalant. But I say nonchalant with the T, right? So these words are they're loaned at one point, but now they are permanent, as in the saying, like the way to pronounce this word, nonchalant, the American version of nonchalant does not have a silent T a lot of times, but you could still continue to use the loan version, which is nonchalant. And that's how I feel about katakana words. Katakana, like I think Japanese people can get away with saying it that way, and I think English, like American English people, don't mind that. At least I don't mind that. So if they go and say like tennis, right? Tennis, I like that. That's fine, actually. And it's not a borrowed word, as in like they're saying it in American English. They're saying it in katakana. So it's no longer like you're not loaning the word. It sounds like whatever version of tennis it is. Like it's that uniqueness. I'm not sure if is there a Japanese word for tennis? Would they describe it like balls with racket? Tennis, like soccer, right? Soccer. I'm not sure if they have any other equivalents. So to me, these ones are words for them. Oh, there is a one with a weird kanji? Okay. Because yakyu, right? A great example of a loan word would be yakyu. 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 For baseball. Even though I'm pretty sure they probably have a loan word for baseball. Baseball or something. Oh, tekyu. Yeah. So yeah, tekyu. Tekyu. So then I would consider, I mean, it's not very important. It's not important at all what we're discussing technically for anyone who's not interested. But I think it's so much fun thinking of it this way. So I've been thinking about this for a while now. Like, so tennis would be a loan word for me, because you could say thank you, right? English has no equivalent anymore for so many things. Like sushi is hard to even say it's a loan word anymore, part of the language. And I would be so curious to ask Japanese people. Like, I don't know if you're Japanese. Sozo? Sozo? Yeah, Sozo-ka. I don't know if you're Japanese, but I would love to know what words are so permanent, right? Like they're so permanent as in they don't have an equivalent in Japanese, and I think there are quite a lot of them that don't really, and I would consider those like non-loan words. They're just words now. Is there a replacement for like things like gameu? Like video games? Yeah, like gameu. Chiboki? What? Chiboki? Or jets? Jet Toki? Oh, hey. That's kind of cool. Huh. Is there a I'm actually legitimately curious. Is there a Japanese word for video games? That would be so relevant because it would come up a lot. that is not borrowed at one point. What the... Oh, okay, but that's still video game, right? Like video, video game, yeah. But there's no like hirakana or like a word before. There's gotta be, right? They made video games before video games. At least I think, right? Or is that like OG? What is video game expression first in Japan? That would be a good question, actually. I don't know what the etymology is. Is video games? I don't know. Is video games? Who's borrowing what? Like, which one is the loan word? Is video games the loan word, or is the... Oh, here's one of recent that's really related. Jisho just has katakana words for video games. I see. Here's one that is near and dear to my heart. And I talked about this a little bit too, because someone said this to me. It was very relevant. But someone told me that I've been pronouncing anime wrong, right? But I go back and forth. If I'm speaking Japanese, I would use anime. And if I'm speaking English, I would say anime, right? But anime, it's actually a coined term from animation, and it was shortened then, not the other way around. So animation would be anime for short, but they coined the term, so it's not a borrowed word technically. So it's like that's kind of the weirdness of things. So like anime from animation, English, anime in Japan. And they're both like, you might be thinking like, oh yeah, but they could be borrowing from each other. It's like, well, yeah and no. Like if you're in the United States, do as the Romans do, anime. But you could say anime and they'll understand you, and then you can say anime and they'll understand you, right? That kind of thing. I think it's awesome that there are I don't know if Japanese people like it as much as American English people do. Like for myself, I like people with different accents. If you look at comments, if you look at comments, whenever you see videos of accents, like American accents or other people speaking English accent, like different English accents, it's often when the content is about correcting someone's accent, most of the comments are like, I love your accent, keep it, and then learn other accents, but keep your accent. That's usually the comments that are now more trending. They're trending comments. In Japan, I'm not sure if that's the case. Like, I doubt a Japanese person is going to come up to me and say, oh yeah, I don't mind your your foreigner accent, like keep at it. Like it's more like, oh, you should really say it like this because that's how most of the people who know Japanese say this, and that's true statistically because the vast majority of people are Japanese speakers, right? Japanese people who speak Japanese. So, and that's kind of the neat thing about katakana. Wow. I've been watching this content creator who does French content, French and English, and she spent a lot of time back and forth, and she makes these really fun skits, much like Dogen, right, for Japanese, where like French people have hyperbolic situations where like, oh my gosh, it's not a croissant, it's a croissant, and stuff. And then she would do the reverse, even though she would do it in French and English because she's bilingual. And she would say things like, well, it's not Netflix, or I don't even know how she listed all a bunch of like Netflix, McDonald's or something, like all the ones where like they keep dropping all the words, but no one's getting, you know, like no one's getting on the case of the French attacking English when they do the same thing in reverse, right? So it's kind of really humorous. And then when I think of katakana, it makes me smile because all I can think of is these borrowed words. I can say them in two different ways, and I'm probably going to end up saying them like by habit. I already say tempura and ramen. I say that most of the time in my life now, as opposed to ramen. don't but ramen and tempura. Ramen and tempura. Do I have others? Wait. I think I have better ones. Tokyo. Tokyo. Kyoto. Osaka. Hiroshima. So those are the ones that I started thinking, like, I know their names, but it's funny. I think it's funny, or I think it's very endearing. It tells you where they're from, like the people. What is this? Oname Komando is in here. What does that Koname Koname command? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. All right. Yeah. Koname. Yeah. Koname. Konami. Konami ko. Konami. Oh, I see it. Okay. Konami. Konami ko Mando. Yeah, Konami Commando. I see. That's hilarious. Anyways, thanks for sharing about your katakana. What was the katakana again for the thing that sparked all this? It's not the Chiugakai. Oh yes. Wait, what is that again? I'm so bad at connecting the katakana with the English word. What was the hiragana? Oh, waiter. Yeah. Tenin. Yeah. Tenin. Okay. Yeah. Waiter. Yeah. Uita. That's so good. Okay, thanks. I needed a little break from my my thing. How about how do you like napkin? Napkin. This is how I say napkin, by the way. Full stop, ironically. No, I'm just kidding. Napa cabbage. Napkin. Napkin. Handkerchief. Oh, handkerchief. Oh, ooh, handkerchief. Handkerchief to wa dou desu ka? Nice. Handkerchief. Interesting. Wait, does that mean napkin? Though, like, does that also mean napkin, even though it's handkerchief? I like it. handkerchief? Handkerchief? Handkerchief wa doko do desu ka? Nah, it's a handkerchief? Okay. I do like handkerchief. Handkerchief is pretty good. And then picnic? Yeah. Picnicu. Picnicu. Napkin. Napkin do hashi o kudasai. I personally think it's really cool. I know it's still kind of a like it's tough for me because I really can't hear it very well. Like I don't bend sounds as well, but it's helping me. It's helping me with that. Where when one word sounds like another word in a different language, maybe in a different context, I think katakana's gone a long way to make me think about when words and phrases sound like words and phrases in another language, not simply a really close facsimile like cognates. Cognates was the term that I used when I first learned Spanish, when Spanish had cognates. Like, I can't even think of one at the moment. What's a good Spanish cognate? And I don't even know what cognates really mean. Let me see what the formal definition of a cognate is. A cognate, having the same linguistic derivation as another from the same original word or root. Okay, so I guess yeah, like, oh yeah, all the shuns. This would apply to all the shuns in Japanese as well. So katakana like action, fantasy, mystery, non-fiction, fiction, that kind of thing. The cognates in Spanish are like conclusion, right? Conclusion, dimension, division, and I'm saying them like in Japanese, but not really. I'm supposed to say them in Spanish, Spanish pronunciation, but I'm not. I'm not in that mode at the moment. But yeah, like all the shuns are cognates. A lot of the shuns are cognates, and Japanese does the same thing. Sometimes they remove it though. They shorten it. Like one would be present, purezen, right? Purezen for presentation, right? Purezen. I'm surprised it wasn't presentation. Presentation to add the shon, but I guess not. Dorama, yeah, and hora, dorama, hora, and then suddenly romance is fine. Renai is what Duo introduces. Renai for romance. Like the rest is fine, but suddenly you hit romance, it's like Renai. I'm like, all right, fair enough. Gameu, Homu. Oh, the platforms? Yeah, platform home. Yeah, yeah. I heard that one. Yeah. Purato Homu. Yeah. When they introduced Homu in transit for platforms, and then I was like, wait, is that a borrowed word too? What does that borrow from? And then someone said platforms. It's Homu from platform. Yeah. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's actually quite nice. Then I, yeah. Wait, then I... Gameu? Oh yeah, makes sense. Then I Gameu. Yes, romance games. That's kind of weird to see the kana version of Gameu. Oh no, I'm having that problem now. I'm having the thing that everyone else is having, where like if you suddenly switch something between the writing systems, it's so hard to read. Or like it doesn't come to you like, oh yeah, that's what Gameu would look like if it was in hiragana. Ah, good old writing system. All right, anyways, thanks. Napkin. Napkin to hashiをください。
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。
I mean, listen.
麻婆豆腐。
麻婆豆腐。麻婆豆腐. I mean, it's really close. 麻婆豆腐 is really close. At least that's... Wait, actually, let's see what Google Translate. I want to hear Google Translate's sample of 麻婆豆腐. Hold up. Where's my... Wait, oh, we can use, can I access this in Memrise? No, I can't. Hold? Oh, now we're just gonna use Google Translate. It doesn't work. Oh my gosh, I have to enter it. Give me Google Translate right now. Okay, I just want to hear it. Oh, it's so hard. Why? Why? All right, pronounce. I didn't get into I didn't get into Chinese yet, so can't. Let's see what this sounds like.
We are looking at how confusing food names that many get wrong. Stay tuned to learn more. Mapo tofu.
Mapo tofu. Nah, it needs a little bit more. Rengaku tofu? Wow. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I don't know. That doesn't sound right. Well, the guy says mapo tofu, like very moderate. So I'm gonna be curious. I'm gonna look this up after Duolingo stream, because I feel like the tone is off for me. Mapo tofu is probably what I would go with, not that flat, almost Heiban kind of thing going. Like, it's closer to this.
Mapo tofu.
Mapo tofu. Although it's like really high and it slowly descends. Mapo tofu. Anyways.
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。
本当に多いですね。
ですね。
I wish I could say this all the time. 麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。麻婆豆腐 is a lot, isn't it? I want to complain about that. Anyways. Okay. But we gotta be assuming the kana here properly. Juice を6つと麻婆豆腐をください。 I can't read right now. It's gone. Okay, all right.
ジュースを6つ麻婆豆腐と
麻婆豆腐を
ください。
Yeah, I know, right? They bring out 6 mapo tofus. I would totally be game. If I were hanging out with my posse, we would all order a mapo tofu for 2. All right. Like what I mean is, I'm guessing one order maybe is like 1 for 1 in Japan, but man, if you're in even in Japan probably, like if you're in like a, I don't know, a Japanese Chinese place, I imagine the portions are still slightly bigger than the Japanese counterpart, because if large portions like that aren't honestly, I know the meme is Americans tend to eat large portions, but when you order like a dish like mapo tofu, it's made to like serve more than one person. A lot of times when you order dishes like that at a Chinese place, they're usually assuming a group. So you don't have, typically they don't make mapo tofu for serving of one a lot of times. When it comes to like Chinese places, it's very family oriented, right? Family consumption. So when you think of 6, I'm like, yo, I want to be part of that group. That's a party. That's a eating party when you order 6 mapo tofus. How big is the family, yo? Yonin. It's to practice vocabulary, obviously, but that's fine. One can imagine how big of a family requires 6 orders of mapo tofu. 6つ. Don't you dare. 1日. Okay.
2人.
Like, I'd be like this, although that kind of looks interesting. Look at this kid. Kono restaurant. Oh, you know what's funny? Oh, and I think Cozy said reservoir. Reservoir is a good example. Yeah, sorry, I skipped over your word. F that, I eat the whole lot of it. Yeah. Here's one too. Restaurant. And what's funny about this is in katakana they drop the T too. So I feel like French would approve. Would totally approve. By dropping the T. A restaurant. It's a restaurant with the T. Restaurant. Yeah, and yeah, restaurant usually implies Western. Yeah, Western restaurants. Yep. Indeed. Fancy. Actually, what about cafe? Does cafe also imply it's a Western cafe? And they have another name for cafe? Because I would be like okashiya or something. Okashiya. Well, there are den. Oh, kisaden. But those are more old-fashioned, I guess. I see. Izakaya as well. I see. Oh, okay. Isa is like old tea smoke shops. Okay, I see. And izakaya is a Japanese bar. Oh wait, yeah, I know izakaya. Yeah, I was thinking like, for example, because when they introduced kahe, right? Kahe off the cafe, which this is French, isn't it? Sorry. This is French, isn't it? Anyways, but cafe, right? Oh, I don't know if it's Italian. I'm not sure actually. But cafe in Chinese, right? Oftentimes whatever is served in a cafe is also in a pastry shop. Right? But pastry shops are largely bakeries. So a lot of times when I'm thinking like when Japanese people are using the phrase kahe, are they also kind of referring to like their pastry shops and their bakeries? You know, where you get tea and pastries, because kahe serve teas and bakery. Oh, it's Spanish. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. You know what I mean? Like, because Okashia is a pastry shop and it's in hiragana. It's not a borrowed word, right? But what are they referring to? The same thing as kahe? Now a bakery would be no. But Okashia is a pastry shop. I know that bakery is a different thing, but bakery in Chinese is still bakery, and pastry shops tend to be what they serve in cafes. Yeah, Okashia. Yeah, like a snack shop, right? A snack shop, which happens to also line up with kahe. Man, there's so many little things that going to Japan would iron out so much. So I'm looking forward to doing that. That's kind of like I'm building motivation to, like, I'm making like a laundry list of little things, like, so that when I could play a video game instead where it like do virtual tourism. It's like, oh yeah, this is what you would see in a cafe versus a okashia and stuff, right? But at the same time, man, doing it live would be interesting, like would be great. So I'm looking forward to distinguishing all these things, all the overlaps or not overlaps. Maybe they're entirely different, right? Like is you say a Japanese bar, like you said izakaya. How izakaya differs from bar. So if you call someplace a bar, is it distinctively different from a place that's referred to as a izakaya, right? And I would imagine there might be nuances between calling your your establishment a bar versus izakaya. Maybe. I don't know. Restaurant is definitely one that strikes me as that. And they usually involve, and they stereotypically, it's kind of funny, they stereotypically associate with eating steaks. I haven't even gotten the vocabulary for like hamburger. I did get French fries though. Fried potato. Fried potato. So there is that. However, like most of it is like steaky. Their Western cuisine doesn't end as steak, but that's as far as we got so far. Yeah, region associate, yeah. Oh well, I don't know if it's region associated, but it feels like it, right? Potato chipu. Potato chipu. I see. Potato chips. Potato chipu. Chipusu. It keeps going. It just keeps going, man. All right. What are we're eating. We're eating.
食べ物
食べ物。このレストランの食べ物はいいですね。 Or ii desu. Wa ii desu. Fair enough. Oh, oi, sorry. Oi desu. I think that was oi desu. Wait, that did say E, right? Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. Either or works. Either works. Either works in there. It's fine.
Juice?
Juice. Juice o futari, futatsu. Juice o futatsu to ebi. Ebi soup o kudasai.
2つ
Ebi. The shrimp. Atarashi napkin o kudasai.
ください
Napkin. Udon-cha o mutsu to ramen o kudasai.
ウーロン6つ
That's an unusual kanji ring too, I
エビ
bet.
チャーハンはいくらですか？
Oh, which is like C elderly? C plus elderly as shrimp? Okay. Ebi. Oh man, this is one of those moments like I understand the kanji. What else can ebi mean? What else can ebi mean? I imagine there's a reason why they added a kanji for that kana. Is ebi very common? Yeah, sort of. Do I have any other words with ebi? Neither of them are particles. I wonder why the kanji is so complicated. Oftentimes I think of the functionality of having a kanji, but usually it's for like separation, maybe clarity, or lots of common kana. Ebi, I don't think ebi is that common, but not enough vocabulary yet to really know. And neither of them are characters for particles. So that kanji is so wild for ebi. Ebi chahan.
エビチャーハンはいくらですか？
Ebi chahan wa ikura desu ka? How much does it cost? 1000 yen desu. 1000 yen.
このレストランのスープは多いです。
Yeah, and those aren't reading for the kanji either. It's completely irregular. Oh. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that type of functionality at the moment. It feels like when someone says, you tend to do something, like, I have a tendency. But instead, someone says, no. You don't say you have a tendency. You say you have a predilection. I'm like, well, why would I want to use predilection when I could use tendency? That kind of thing. Where like, ebi, and here's the kanji. I'm like, well, can I stick with ebi? But that's ebi too. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, can I still stick with... It's not the same thing, obviously, because they're supposed to be equivalent. Meanwhile, predilection is not equivalent to tendency. So there are also some kanji for words that do match the reading, but the meanings of the kanji makes no sense. Like, sushi. Longevity plus director. Man, I haven't even seen the kanji for sushi. Holy. All right. Well, they're keeping it at kana for now, so at least we'll come to that when we come to that. このレストランのスープは多いです。This restaurant's soup is a lot of amazing. サラダを6つと麻婆豆腐麻婆豆腐をください. I gotta make sure I don't rush it. I tend to say 麻婆豆腐 very, very quickly. Not that it will really get mistaken for anything else. I don't think you can correct me if you can think of something, but does mapo tofu, can that be mistaken for another word if you cut out the mora? Because I think the mora is extra here. Mapo tofu is mapo tofu is fine, like without the extra mora. I doubt there's another word in. Is that taken? Like, we're not talking about things like the difference between biru, right? Biru and biru, right? Right? Or like steaky, like steaky and steaky, right? I mean, you'll probably be, oh yeah, true, like in a restaurant context, but you know what I mean, like, or you know, biru and biru, like biru being building and biru being beer. So
Mabo
tofu is actually a little bit excessive. just a little bit excessive, in my opinion. It's the first time I felt that there's a little bit excess in extra mora in it. Mabo, like mabo tofu is fine. Mabo tofu instead of mabo tofu. That's just my opinion, though. It has really nothing. Maybe it's not. Japanese people can pronounce it without the extra hold. I actually think it makes it harder to hold it, but personal experience though. Sarada o mutsu to mabo tofu o kudasai. Although I do have to admit, the Mandarin has a lot of weird holds too. It's even shorter in Fujonese though. Mabo dao, even less. I think it has like 4 beats. Only 4 beats. No, how much does mabo tofu? It has 7 beats. Mabo tofu, yeah, it has 7 beats. It's like half that amount. Where is the waiter? Waiter wa doko desu ka? I like it. Tein-san. Oh, do you actually honorific waiter too? Do you say like waiter-san wa doko desu ka? I'm guessing yes, because like Danieru and all the other ones. You don't see why not? Yeah. Tenin-san wa doko desu ka? As I'm learning a new language, I don't take anything for granted. So I ask questions and think about it later. Oftentimes. Right. It's kind of like video games. I ask all the questions, however irrelevant or trivial it is, to build the foundations for all the stuff. So whenever there's a question, I ask it anyways. I rarely ever take anything for granted when I'm working in a system I'm not familiar with. It's kind of like starting your first day on a new OS, like, you know, like a new computer OS. You're just asking all the questions. Like, well, is it the same forward? the same backwards. My journey with Japanese learning have ended up that way all the time. If you're thinking from English to Japanese, right? English to Japanese, and then going from Japanese to English, right? There are various things that are unique to this experience versus this experience, and it's been quite a trip getting me to realize certain things that I haven't noticed for a while in the English language. And it's largely due to the loss in translation a lot of times, or the differences between the languages that really highlight that type of thing. 7つ I do have to emphasize that I haven't learned a language like this ever in my life, even though I have learned a language outside of my native language, and I've acquired technically 2 languages in my life. I've learned 1 language. I've acquired 2 languages. Technically, I've learned 2 languages and acquired 2 languages. But one of the languages I didn't learn and acquire. English is the only one that I've learned and acquired, as opposed to like Japanese, which now I'm learning it in a different way than I've ever learned it.
ラーメンを2つと餃子を7つください。ラーメン
How many?
7つ
Did you say 7つ?
と
I heard 餃子
を2つください。ラーメンを2つと餃子を7つください。
Dang it.
7つ
I was like, boss man, 7 orders of ramen? I'm on board with that.
ラーメンを2つと餃子を7つください。
That seems more reasonable. If you are a chump, I'm just kidding. I would order 2 ramen just for ramen for myself, actually. ラーメンを2つと餃子を7つください。Where's the cashier? 会計はどこですか？
会計
Why? Anyways.
はそこですか？そこどこ？
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。ビールを豆腐
I like how they threw that in. Oh, did I know how to say tofu? Oh yeah, I did know how to say tofu. Now that I think about it, I did know how to say that.
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
3つ。
3つと餃子を7つください。
You're gonna drink all that beer at once? I mean, presumably, you know, they go hard, you know? ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
ダニエルさん。ダニエルさん。会計で払いましょう。払いましょう。I keep skipping one there.
ダニエルさん。会計で払いましょう。
お釣りは240円です。 お釣り
お釣りは
200
200
円40
円です。
お釣りは240円です。
お釣りは204お釣りは240円です。会計に行きましょう。
会計に行きましょう。
で、Daniel, we should dine and dash. Sorry. I was laughing because I was Japanglishing it in my head. Daniel-san, dine and dash. Dine and dash. I'm gonna be doing this in the future just to like remind myself of words that I don't know and phrases and grammatical things I do know. So then I'll be more inclined to look them up. Like I don't know how to express dine and dash, but at least I know it's show or we should, right? So it's gonna be fun coming up soon. There's gonna be Japanglish everywhere. 6つ
6つ
6つjust 6つ6つ4人5つ7つ2人 What the heck? How is this? Okay. 全部で2000円です。円です。チャーハンを5つと餃子を6つください。
6つ。
お釣りは something smaller? 515円です。15円です。
全部でいくらですか？
全部でいくらですか？6400円です。
サラダを4つとラーメンを7つください。
That's really expensive. What the heck? Sorry. サラダを4つとラーメンを7つください。Holy party? Now that is a company party right there.
お釣りは500円です。
Well, they did probably get 4 salads, 7 ramens, 3 beers, 7 gyoza, and mapo tofu. I would love to be part of that. I would love to be part of that. お釣りは500円です。Your change is 500 yen.全部では6000円です。
全部で
6000円です。Everyone paying with big bills too. That sounds like a surfer nightmare. How do you say credit card? Question mark? Is it like don't tell me it's like kuredo. Kuredo desu ka? That credit? I actually, that's kind of a bit of a misconception about the digitized words. A lot of times it's still cash. I probably. Kure di do kado. Okay. Interesting. Oh no, wait. Yeah, credito card. Interesting. Oh, credito. Oh, I get it. Oh, they didn't go with ku. Oh, yeah, G to replace the D sound. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't go with that. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's weird that they didn't go with, huh. Well, the D is the do part, the to part. But they went with kureji. Wait, am I doing this wrong? Like, that's she, right? Yeah. She, G, yeah. Kureji do. Yeah, kureji do. Interesting. Kurejito kado. Kurejito kado. Kurejito kado. I thought they might have went with ku instead. Correcto. Yeah, correcto. With a ku in it. Correcto cardo. Correcto cardo. Credit card. Oh, anyways. Fun times. Messing around with sounds. 全部で3000円ですか？
3000円ですか？
Two more lessons.
と4人です。
4人です。What did I do? Oh, I forward. We were. Oh dearie me. Oh dear. I dare say so myself. Wherefore people. We should look at the menu. Menuを見ましょう。
メニューを見ましょう。
会計に行きましょう。
会計に行きましょう。We should go to the cashier. ウーロン茶を6つとラーメンをください。
ウーロン6つ。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。
レストランは何時に開きますか？
レストランは何時に開きますか？10時半に開きます。10:30?
レストランは12時半に開きます。
レストランは10時、oh, that's late. レストランは12時半に開きます。The restaurant opens at 12. That's it. 30. Yes.
全部でいくらですか？
全部でいくらですか？2300円です。 How about a cold boba? Oh, you bet. It's oh no, it's to make tsumetai tapioca tea. Tsumetai tapioca tea wa dou desu ka?
冷たい
冷たい
タピオカティーはどうですか？
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？
いらっしゃいませ。Oh yeah. Man, it's so weird seeing non. Nan mei sama desu ka? Nan mei sama desu ka? 4人です。箸をください。
箸をください。
サラダを4つとラーメンを7つください。How did Duo convey the meaning of irashaimase to me? Welcome. Yeah, that's as far as they're gonna go with the nuance of irashaimase. But I'm very familiar with that term. Or like that phrasing. I didn't try to break it down yet though. I think I'm missing a few things for irashaimase. But you know, we already talked about the whole like the other ones, like arigato gozaimasu or dojo yoroshiku or omae nai wa or ome nai wa. Wait, oma nai wa, right? And konnichiwa, and those phrases are becoming more and more like as phrases. They look like phrases as opposed to singular expressions, if you know what I mean. Like you could kind of see the breakup in the parts. But irashaimase is still too weird for me at the moment. So it's only being introduced as welcome, and it's understandable. Kuma wa o something ga sui ne. I don't know what that expression means. Besides bear? That's supposed to be bear. No, that's not bear. Oh, the bear is hungry. Oh, okay. That is bear. Wait, Uma? Uma is in katakana? Oh, I thought Kuma would be in hiragana. Interesting. Yeah, Falstaff? Aminal names are usually written in katakana. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense now. Okay. So animal names are interesting. So like the reason why that looked weird to me for Kuma is in the hiragana section, right? They separate in hiragana. Oh, except for native birds and okay, never mind. Lotus just superseded me. I was like, but in some sections, like, what about birds and fish? And I'm like, ugh, of course, because I was just about to ask, like, about tori and like sakana, yeah, and sakana are not, and like for some reason a lot of those have kanji. Yeah. There are some exceptions, like yeah, inu and neko, yeah, are in kanji. Like, okay. But for other animals, I got it. So kuma is that's hilarious. The moment you mentioned that, I'm like, wait a minute, but what about the ones that I already have? Yeah, they already covered inu and neko, but it kind of makes sense for chameleon, like chameleon and hamster, because I don't know if hamster is even native to Japan. Which, by the way, let me tell a little short story. Something that's really interesting that's related to this. I watch Lost in a Pond a lot. So Lost in a Pond is this guy named Lawrence. I hope one day maybe Lawrence will see this. I don't know, but I don't imagine myself to ever become that influential. But Lawrence is a Brit who now resides in the USA. So he talks a lot about the idiosyncrasies between British, especially like culture and language, right? And language. Lots of times, a lot of language, because the person likes language, and into English, right? And the most recent video I watched was about raccoons, right? And don't worry. This is related to Japanese. So raccoons, because raccoons are actually originally, and I'm already foreshadowing, originally indigenous to the USA, to the United States, right? But there are 3 other places. But the reason how he knows about raccoons before coming to the United States is none other than Mario. Like Mario, or if you want to be like super Keikona, people say Mario in other places. Okay, anyways, so Mario, and it's Mario 3, when he had technically the raccoon-like tail, but that was really a tanuki, right? Tanuki, which has some resemblance, right? With all that said, though, in the end, he was talking about how raccoons were going around, and then actually raccoons made their way to Japan. And in various other places. But there are like 3 other places where there are actually raccoon populations. Funny enough, all the places around Germany, for some other historical facts. And then the North American continent, right? North American continent. And Japan. Because Japan, the Japanese people thought raccoons are very adorable. So they adopted them, obviously. And now there are raccoons in Japan. But with all that said, where was I going with this? All this talk. Now the question is, do raccoons get a Japanese name? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, do raccoons get a Japanese name now that they're like, in Japan? Possums are greater than raccoons. Okay. And then you said animals and plant names are usually written katakana, except when they aren't. Oh my gosh, that kanji for eel. Okay, kanji is the amberjack fish. And that's a scallop? Oh my. Oh yeah, unagi. True. Is it more common? Is that kanji for eel more common than unagi? Interesting. Anyways, I just thought that it was tangentially related because I've been watching a lot of other people who are who likes language and culture and whatnot. My YouTube is like filled. The algorithm is like 50% involved in multiculturalism at this point. I just click on lots of multiculturalism content. Okay.
サラダ。
サラダを4つ。
4つ。
4つ。Oh.
4つ。
Well, staff, please. Don't give me that look. サラダを4つと、ラーメンを7つ
ください。
サラダを4つとラーメンを7つください。Okay. Alright, we're not doing another kanji exercise. We're going straight into the review and we're calling it a day. Gotta rest up. Yesterday was kinda tenuous. I need to prepare as well. I need to prepare for day 76. I do have an extra day to mess around though, because the next unit, I had it perfectly planned out, but the next unit is a half unit. Oh wait, but the half unit will still take 2 days. Oh, that would still bring me up to days. I gotta shorten it and then like, I have to plan day 76, the review day. Like what am I gonna talk about and all that stuff. I gotta sort it out in my head. There's too much, there's a lot of volume going on. I have a plan to some extent. Okay. 美味しいものをたくさん食べます。
美味しいものをたくさん食べます。
美味しいものをたくさん食べます。There's your bear. There's your Kuma. 魚も焼きましょう。はい。4人です。
です。
I'm definitely not gonna sound like that. Like, approach a restaurant with my family. It's like, hi. Oh wait, I actually don't know if it's Sanin or not. It's probably not, is it? We didn't get 3 people. So I can't assume. I'm not gonna assume. It is Sanin? Okay. I'm like, I can't assume they only did 2 and 4. Sanin, okay. You know, go up with my parents, like, hi, Sanin desu. It's incredibly direct. When they ask, what was the phrase? Dona, nanmei sama desu, right? Desu ka? Nanmei sama desu ka? I'm like, hi, Sanin desu. Sorry, I'm thinking about a clip. I'm thinking about this guy's clip that this guy does the thing where what if like Japanese was in English thing. So he used the intonation, right? Intonation. And we're not talking about Japanese intonation. Like we're not talking about pitch accent here. The structural intonation of the Japanese language, like how people like phrase things and go up and down and per se. It is involved in pitch accent, and then what does that sound like in English? And there's this running gag from this guy where he says height, like really, really strong. And so instead of saying height, he's like, yes, yes. Yes, exactly, yes. And whenever he's impersonating like Japanese, the height is very, very strong. I'm like, yeah, it's comic relief, obviously, but I actually quite like the height. Sorry. Let's continue here. And I do the sorry thing. I don't know if you feel that is very tedious or tenuous, but I think for a long time in my life when I was young, people say that I apologize too often, right? But apologizing is kind of, I almost even say it's kind of an Asian thing. Like what I mean is it's kind of linked to a face culture thing, where it's more consistent if you're a bit apologetic versus the westernized thing. Because when you're saying sorry all the time and you're apologizing, sorry, you sound very submissive and unsure. But oftentimes when I think of like the Japanese mannerisms, sumimasen, like you're being trying to be as accommodating as possible, and I've adopted that ever since. So my English is kind of more geared towards Eastern mannerisms, like face culture mannerisms. So oftentimes I constantly say often, probably, right? Probably, perhaps. And this is the stuff that you kind of pick up in Japanese language a lot. Even the phrases themselves, the simple phrases, it's like, well, maybe. It's like, well, you can't assume. But here's some implicit things to keep it like a little bit agreeable. Like, oh, this isn't exactly direct. That kind of thing. And in English, I substitute with a lot of things, right? May is the biggest word, right? May. I don't even use might. Might is actually too sharp. So may. Likely. Lots of those words. And I apologize a lot. Although it's, at this point, more of a filler word. Let's see. 7時はとても早い。とても早いです。No kanji. とても早いです。
もっと塩と胡椒が欲しいです。店員さんを呼びましょう。
Talking to a waiter.
もっと塩と胡椒が欲しいです。店員さんを呼びましょう。
What was that last part?
もっと塩と胡椒が欲しいです。店員さんを呼びましょう。
They need more, I almost, was it soy sauce and pepper? But the predicate, I couldn't really pick up the predicate at the end for the waiter. I thought they would use, maybe like, ask the waiter. But they didn't use ask the waiter. It didn't, sounded like it. That's okay. このチャーハンは、yeah, sure. That's good enough.
L サイズのタピオカティーを一つください。
Okay, they were ordering a drink. Sure. That was very short. Unfortunate. お釣りは Otsuri wa... Excuse me. Otsuri wa 600 yen desu. Right. Moving right
いらっ
along.
しゃいませ。何名様ですか？
Irashaimase. Nanmei sama desu. Nanmei, sorry, my. Nanmei sama desu ka? Sorry, I thought about the thing I was saying earlier. 二人です。
ウーロン茶とスープをください。
うどん茶とスープをください。Oolong tea and rock? Oh, that rock. I'm like, wait, I know how to say rock? It's like, oh no, the music rock. It's like oolong tea and rock, please.
どこがいいですか？
どこがいいですか? Oh, where is good? Oh, I forgot about this. Outdoor stuff. 北海道の川はどうですか? Okay. How about a river in Hokkaido? That's awfully... It makes me think that they're like really far away. It's like, where is good? Oh, we're just gonna travel all the way to Hokkaido.
ウーロン茶を5つください。
ウーロン茶を5つください。5 oolong teas, please.
麻婆豆腐はどうですか？
麻婆豆腐はどうですか？麻婆豆腐はあまり食べません。Stop saying that. I don't like this. I don't like you.
トマトは焼きません。
トマトは焼きません。We won't grill tomatoes. We won't grill the tomatoes. 箸をください。
箸をください。
Alright, there you have it. We did it. We have a half unit next time for the next 2 days. Half unit. Actually, I think this might even be shorter than a half unit. It's less than half. Maybe we'll complete it tomorrow and have a review day. I like this animation. Bone in the hair. Lucy. Alright, folks. There you have it. Let's see where we are here. Yeesh. Oh. Okay. The last unit doesn't have kanji, but that's fine. I'm okay with unit 18 not having kanji since it's a half unit. Inexcusable if it was a full unit with no kanji. Like, what was it? Unit 12? Like in Unit 12, have no kanji, and Unit 13 only had one? Like, what the heck? Look at all these. Holy heck, man. I still don't see any changes. So, presumably there's an update coming soon, but I haven't seen any change. Ooh, let's do the guidebook. Let's see some teasers. What do we have? Check-in? Check-ku. In. Check-in. Check-in.
チェックインをお願いします。
Check-in. Queen. Check-in. Queen. Oh my gosh. Check-in o onegaishimasu. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Onegaishimasu. Oh, here's credit card. We were just talking about this. Here's the credit card. Oh,
クレジットカードとパスポートはありますか？
Yep. クレジ I mean, wow, what a coincidence. クレジットカード。クレジットカードとパスポートはありますか？ありますか？ Room? No, we already got room. And this is old. 部屋は3階。3階です。
はい、3。
Elevator. Oh, they brought it back. And they brought back lobby too. Lobby. Oh, behind. Interesting. Is behind. Oh, like it's used in a similar way as with no in a position. So like chikaku. But in this case it's ushiro. Ushiro. So lobby no ushiro. Fair enough. Check out. Chikuauto. Chikuauto. Chekuauto. Chekuauto. Okay. Nanji. Wait. Nanji mada desu ka? Yeah, mada. Until when? Yes. Made. Oh, this doesn't look like there's a lot of vocabulary either, if that's it. We'll see. Usually they stick to at least 15. So we'll see. Alright folks, there you have it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening to my ramblings, learning with me, resisting the urge to spoil a 1,000-year-old language, right? Or further expose and spoil the 1,000-year-old language. Thank you. And all the trivial talk is beautiful, wonderful. Love the trivia. I usually love participating in the talk of like perspectives, right? Like weird things, feelings. I'm talking about feelings now, cultural feelings. What do you find weird? You know, make a list. Maybe funny thoughts. I find it very analogous to like a comedy thing. Like think about it in a sense that hypothetically, if you were to do stand-up comedy about your language learning experience, right? What would those jokes be like? And that's kind of how I'm enjoying learning Japanese and learning English. Pointing out celebrating all the weird idiosyncrasies or lost in translation stuff, as opposed to being negative about it. As in like, oh yeah, why can't Japanese be like this? Why can't English be like this? Or English doesn't have this, Japanese doesn't have this. As opposed to saying, oh, you know what? English doesn't have this. But because of what? Like, what do you think why they don't have this, or why they get away with this and get away with that? Like more about understanding the practical and emotional reasons or different things that, you know, takes and feelings about it. It's like it kind of helps appreciate all the differences and the similarities at the same time. Make those lists, check them twice, come back and tell me about them, and we'll have long discussions, you know? Until next time though, maybe for next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, keep on thinking, you know, continue learning different things. It doesn't have to be language learning. I would love to hear about what kind of projects you have going on and whatnot. Maybe ways you're using Japanese. And as always, mata ashita. Ja ne.